Top of the morning, traders, and happy Tuesday, April 2nd, and welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trader Show, where we live trade breakdown charts, cover impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday. Is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. Indexes are scheduled to gap down. Nice little gap down across the board here. And SPY's looking to gap down and open up below that 640.786, wiping out a majority of the gains that it did see yesterday and filling that gap up as well. So we're seeing a synchronized selling off right out the gate with crude continuing to push. Crude is kind of pulling back slightly here. The magic number on crude today is going to be that 110. Magic number on the VIX is going to be that 28. And magic number for us during first shift on SPY is going to be that 647.88. As you're coming in, guys, on YouTube, make sure to smash the like button. Let's get the likes up. Let's see if we can break that record, 200 likes today. We did have a small technical issue we were able to adjust here on YouTube. So again, guys, make sure to like the video. First-time viewers, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps and join our community. And today is the last day. Today's the last day before the price increase, so take advantage of that. All right? Especially for the ones who've been watching for more than 3 to 5 episodes. Now's the time to take advantage. Good morning, Cowboy. Thank you for supporting the channel, Chris. Is this members only to watch? No, this is for everyone to watch. YouTube is open for everyone. It's publicly available at no cost. The only thing it costs is your time. Okay, time and effort. That's the only thing it costs. All right. Good morning, guys. So the official open for today is 646.42. 646.42. So technically, we're still green on the week. Okay, despite that sell-off, we're still green on the week in relation to that open. We're about 6 points away from going red on the week. Right out the gate, we're seeing a little bit of divergence between the indexes. Q's going north, Dow going south. IWM kind of pushing a little higher. Primary thing I'm paying attention to, guys, is how do we interact with that 647.86. 647.86. All right, and keep in mind that things that took place yesterday, that staying yesterday, look for new opportunities today. All right, be present. Keep risk management at the top of your mind. The market has been rewarding the the most patient traders. All right, so the big moves are on the other side of patience. Okay, more than likely those big moves are going to require you to wait. Okay, they're not going to come right away. So it's very important that you do exercise patience, maximum patience today. Okay, IWM is taking off here. All eyes on how we interact with that 647.86. We're in the jaws of the gap down. Okay, so the gap down, gap up continues into the first 2 days of April. It continues into the first 2 days of April. We've seen that all during the month of March, and we're starting to see that in April as well. So far, okay, so far, so good. The one thing I did notice in April, again, granted it's only 1 day, is the low ATR conditions. So what you want to do, guys, you want to continuously monitor the situation. All right, does that continue to persist throughout the day? Right now, IV on SPY is 32, so it's kind of like some level of normalcy for us here, since that's the new normal in March. Okay, and ATR above $1, that's the new normal as well. All right. So the only ones making decisions right now are the 5-minute orb army. Keep in mind we did get unemployment claims this morning. Okay, I believe that's the options flow feed. They could do a better job at improving that voice. I mean, it's 2026. That they can do a better job getting a different.
We just got a bearish cross in market net low.
There you go. So bearish cross and market net low. Thank you very much, AI. Okay, daily open for us today is. I mean, if you don't mind, I'll leave that sound on, guys. But it's going to continue to. Whenever there's a bearish cross, it's going to continue to come in, or bullish cross on net flow. But that can take place frequently, especially during the first few minutes. So we'll hold off on that, and I'll put the voice back on here shortly. All right, because that can help. That can be helpful. Anything to help. NVIDIA trying to go to the moon. Artemis, big gap down. Yep, huge gap down. Up 4.5K, making loss back past 2 days. Trim some puts. Beautiful job, Sancho and Patel. Beautiful job, guys. Anyone else who also took the puts, right? These kind of conditions, right? Conviction is required. Okay, so if you don't have that conviction, it's very difficult to take those trades. Where does conviction come from? Just trusting the plan. All right, so tremendous job, guys, on doing that and having the conviction to execute. All right. So good. NVIDIA's out of here. Let that opening range get set. If NVIDIA's the one we're going to slam today, we'll slam NVIDIA. NVIDIA's above PMH. So are they planning to go to the moon and just circle the moon and come back, or I'm a little late to the news. Fill this in. Done for the day, Sancho? Don't forget there is a delay between YouTube and member stream. 15 to 20 seconds, absolutely. God bless you too, Mort. God bless, God bless. There is a delay, guys. All right, the delay is there. So you can also see it says delay on the stream itself, top right-hand corner. All right, the delay free ad-free stream is available for you if you're a member. Okay, so let's see how we start interacting with these levels. Looks like Discord is starting to get ads now. That I don't like. Okay, we just flipped to being red on the day. Flip to being red on the day. See if that daily open, we can hold below that daily open. Crude slightly pushing lower. It's at 111. It started off hot and pre-market starting to fade slightly. VIX is sitting right at that 27 territory. 27 above 2750. 2750, excuse me. 2750. To have that hourly picture is important, guys. So let's do this. Okay. See if that continued selling below that daily open towards that 645. 5-minute orb, I mean, that's your break. If you trade the 5-minute orb. Okay, we're starting to push the downside here. Okay, let's see if we can hold below that level there. Hold below 646.42. Daily open. NVIDIA 172. See if that 172.75 can hold as a retest. Okay. So if you're in the shorts here, you don't want SPY to reclaim that 642. You don't want SPY to reclaim that level. You want it to stay below it if you're going south. VWAP is right there as well. So you want that to go south from there and go into that 646. 646 whole number. Seeing some selling pressure on the Dow here. Dow fell back below the hourly upside breaker. SPY still above that hourly upside breaker. Qs are right at that hourly upside breaker, slightly below it. IW still showing strength above that hourly, so IW continues to push. So we are seeing divergence amongst the indexes. Okay, so we're seeing some divergence amongst the indexes. All right, so it's up for grabs here. Did we get that reclaim? VIX showing that weakness here. Actually, VIX is sitting right at that 27 here. So if the VIX continues to bounce off 27, holds at 27, we can hang out in that territory. We're on a separation away from 27. So if it starts to go north from 27, that bounce continues, we start to drop. Good morning, Taco Vix. Good morning, Taco Vix. Hope all is well. Long time no see. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. There you go. Five-minute orb. 5-minute orb getting the job done. Has room to 645. Down goes the Dow. Down goes the Qs. Only thing holding up above VWAP right now is IW small caps. So our initial interaction with this daily open went negative. So we do have some selling pressure up here. We do have some sellers, some overhead supply up there. Okay, as you're coming in, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. All right, our goal is to hit 200 likes on one of these videos. 646 coming up. And you don't take the puts here. SPY comes to 652, 63, puts again. AMD crashing. What I really want to break is 642. That PML coming up as well. So that hourly channel. So this is where we are. We got a slight retrace into it. All right, see if you get one more push into it and then get that nice complete breakdown. All right, that's the game plan. That's the game plan. If we translate that level, it's all the way up here. All right, it's a huge level. It's a zone. All right, but in general, we know it's all the way up here. Okay, shockwave coming up in 4 minutes. 5-minute orb. 5-minute open range. Got the job done. Has room to 646. See if he continues to go. So far, we do have some overhead supply at the opening price. Top of that sell block. IW holding up at VWAP. Small caps really holding up. Small caps holding up. Okay, we're starting to see IW continue to push. Crude's starting to wake up slightly here. So we came to test that 50% retrace, that hourly. Starting to go. Step one, smash the like button. Not negotiable. Okay, here we go. You saw that candle? You saw how aggressive that candle was? Okay, came right into it. It's almost impossible to get filled in this unless you have a millisecond entry. Came right into the key zone and just right away fell. Is it showing the yesterday's date? Oh, my bad, guys. The date should be April 2nd. Yeah, from time to time, I mess up the dates. Yeah, April 2nd. I think it says April 2nd. Okay, so now the shenanigans. The shenanigans meaning the whipsaw. We saw a lot of that take place yesterday. All right, so this was, unless you have a perfect execution, perfect timing, all right, this is a nice retrace reject. But you saw how quickly it happened. It just went up, and as soon as it opened, it just dropped. Okay, so at this point, I'm looking to take advantage of synchronized selling off those lows, 645 break into PML. Okay, so we're leaning towards possibly taking out those lows. We're below VWAP, so we know the only thing that's showing some signs of life is small caps. So if the life gets sucked out of small caps, everything continues to sell off. The Dow gets below 50% retrace of that weekly. 458.86, it gets below that. Then we can start to sell off. And of course, PML on the Qs, 571.68 will be a critical one as well. So those are some of the next levels. So even if Qs break below 571.66 and Qs break the Dow breaks below this 50% retrace of that weekly, and SPY breaks below 645.11, that gives us some room into PML. All we need is a runway. Okay, all we need is a runway. So shockwave hour coming up here. So the only thing holding us up at this point, guys, is the IWM. April chat will be coming up on Monday. Since it's middle of the week, we'll do April chat on Monday. As you're coming in, smash the like button, guys. If you're just tuning in, we're live trading SPY, providing market commentary as well. Okay, shockwave. With the shockwave, we have to have spatial awareness, understand that that psychological level is right there, right? So that we're going to have to break below that with aggression. IW on the other side, IW is showing strength. So we're seeing some slight rotation into IWM. And look at this, guys, shenanigans. All right, so the key today is, remember, the best setups are on the other side of patience. Okay, that's the secret weapon today. Do we reclaim that territory there? Do we reject alpha once again? We shall see. We're still within that opening range. Beautiful job, Rakesh, on extracting profits there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. How are we doing so far? So Monday, April chat will begin. So every month I have a new chat in the Discord. This one will be archived. Okay. I'm looking at IW to the upside. Okay, if IW wants to lead the way, all SPY needs to do is hold that daily open. I don't mind taking IW as we pay attention to SPY. We just got to go where the strength is. And for IW, make or break is the idea. Get a nice little break. I want that hold. If you did take IW, manage accordingly. See if IW can pull back just slightly. SPY's headed towards that break as well. If you took that break already, since IW is trading in such a tight range, I already hit TP. All right, so IW probably have to take that beforehand. IW's range is very tight here. So now we're in the jaws of that gap. Okay, so as IW continues to go, so we know we're going at the pace of IW speed. Okay, I like how the VIX is breaking below that 27. I want that 27 hold. Okay, 27 hold. Once we get that shockwave break, the main level we have to pay attention to is that 647.86. That's going to be our first hurdle. Okay, and you want to take IW. If you took IW, congratulations. That one took place fairly quickly. VIX stay below 27. As is below 27, create as much separation as possible. Okay, I'm looking at the 647.43 break. Okay. IW's out of here. If we take that gap down as a leg, you can kind of see inverse head and shoulder kind of brewing there. Okay. Keeping a close eye on the VIX. Keeping a close eye on the VIX there. Stay below 27. Create that separation to the downside. IW already took off. IW is headed towards TP2 and PMH. IWM, that is. If I say IW, I'm saying IWM. Okay, see if we get that nice little break. All right, our first hurdle as we come into that break, guys, is at 647.86. That's going to be a first level of contention before that TP. Okay. So what we need in this case is, of course, we need the VIX stay below 27 to start creating that separation and see if something else can join the party to the upside. All right, so it looks like just a solo mission on IW above that opening range. We have a new 5-minute candle here. If you're waiting for this daily open bounce, this is the zone. Okay, I'm looking at the 650s. 650 strike going a little further strike. And this would be a make or break. Make or break meaning I won't trade like a scalp. I want it to see get stopped out, scale out, or hit TP. So I'll let it kind of just do its thing. If you took IW, guys, IWM that is, dollar signs in the chat, IWM has left the station. IWM has left the station. Keeping a close eye on SPY above 647.43. Okay, I want that double top to be invalidated. I want the VIX to stay below 27. And I want crude to start inching towards 100. Okay, I want that to hold. If you take the ripple, if you take it right off the break, you're in. If you're waiting for a little more confirmation, continue to wait. Just be mindful at 647.86. Okay, that's going to be that first obstacle right there. That's that first obstacle. So you can treat that as a soft target initially. If you take the break. Okay, see if you can pull back just a little bit. I like that 5-minute candle. Okay, I'll take the calls right there. The 650s. Okay, 650s. My risk is going to be down here, so make or break. I know that weekly 50% retrace is there. So as long as the VIX is south, see if we can get that nice little break above it. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Okay, TP where you need to. Average fill 125, up 4%. If we can get above 647.86, this can go to double digits. Okay. So this is our first obstacle here. If we can get synchronized buying here, that would be great. Okay, up 7, up 8. You can treat that as a soft target, guys, if you're conservative here. Like how VIX is going south, okay. Up 10, 12. I want that level to hold. There we go, up 21, 23. There we go, guys. I'm going to scale out right there at 22. Thank you very much. 22% scale out. Holding runner. Beautiful, 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 guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. TP coming up 28. There we go. Up 30. Dollar signs in the chat. Spam the chat, guys. There we go. 32. Now we're at that TP. So TP if you need to. Now I'm going to make my NC this 50% retrace with runners. Okay, I already scaled out at 23. So I'm going to use this 50% retrace as my NC. Stay above that. See if there's a little more of a push left on that. That 5-minute, I want that 5-minute to hold. We're getting synchronized sell buying here. Beautiful, beautiful. Up 31. That's how we bounce back, guys. Okay, just one trade at a time. If we can get that break above that target, 649.75, we'll be good to go. We can get into the 40s. Up 44. Okay. I want that target to hold. That 5-minute candle is headed towards that PMH. Scale out on the Qs. IWM is the leader, guys. I'll close right there at 40. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Pleasure doing business. Now that I close it, it's going to take off. If you caught that, dollar signs, guys. Okay. Good. I already hit that's the objective. Okay. So objective is scale out, hit TP. We'll be there for it. So shockwave strikes again. Okay. So I can't emphasize the importance of this indicator, how powerful it is. And you're seeing its fruits in real time. Okay. Who's babysitting? Okay, I can't tell you what to do, but I would recommend, all right, if it were me, if I was still in the position, I'll always take a little bit off and babysit just a little bit. All right, but it's always up to you. We did see 40% on that last TP at less than 2 minutes. We have that PMH upcoming. PMH upcoming, guys. Beautiful job. Everyone on YouTube, beautiful Skip, beautiful job, real quiet. Skipper. Stan, real quiet. Okay, good. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. 600 plus a minute. That's the standard. Okay, keep in mind, yesterday, stopped out. We made sure, or I made sure, I tried my best not to get involved in overtrade and walk away. Okay, and have the ability to see the forest from the trees. All right, so don't let 1 or 2 trades make you spoil your week. Okay, the primary objective after a red day, we do this back time and time again. After a red day, your primary objective is to see green. And if you see green, the best practice, SAT best practice, is to shut it down because you did your job. All right. Anyone else babysitting here? IW, beautiful. IW took off. So IW is giving us the read. Small caps giving us the read. So what we're seeing is the rotation is coming on the edges from small caps into the S&P, into the mega caps. 430 seconds. That's how we do it, guys. So take those proceeds, okay, as a scholarship to join our community. All right, you want to know how to continue to repeat this and sustain the gain. Sustain the gain is the name of the game. Beautiful job, Owen. Beautiful job, Scooter. Beautiful job, Marsha. Good. Scooter, is your first? No, Tom is today's. Tom is whose first day is it? Okay, Tom. Yeah. All right. So who's babysitting runners? The big issue is, guys, our biggest problem. All right, good problem to have is it continues to go, but you can manage it. Up to you. Okay. Anyone still holding this? If you are, this should be up more than 100%. This is going to TP2. Okay, so we walked through the setup. We discussed the risk threshold. We waited for the break. We waited for the confirmation. We waited for synchronized buying. We laid out the framework for what we need to see on the indexes. The reason why I was very cautious going into this territory is because one of the other game plans that we have, all right, is if it goes the other way. All right, but for us to get that retrace reject off this level, there was a criteria on conditions we wanted to see across the board. Okay, we wanted to see the VIX above 27 continue to push higher. I want to see crude, all right, get into those highs, stay above that hourly breaker, 113, start pushing to 115. Okay. Okay, so now we're well in the jaws with that gap. Didn't even get a chance to mark out that gap, the gap TOG BOG. Okay, hopefully someone is milking this with those runners. I know a lot of you guys like have to have heavy hands. So if you are in this, make sure you do what you got to do. Beautiful job, guys. This is TP2. Okay, so those contracts, 126, the 650s, they're at 220. So if I was looking to get two R out of this, I would have stretched my risk. I would have stretched my target. Okay. Now PMH test here, guys. PMH testing coming along with that TP2. Along with that TP2. And again, if you caught that, guys, feel free to be done. Okay. Enjoy your long weekend. Okay, tomorrow is Good Friday. All right, for all the believers. Okay, and the ones who have not accepted yet, guys. Always also take time to reflect. Okay, take time to reflect. What happened on the cross is for everybody. Okay, it's not for. No one is worthy. All right, none of us are perfect. All right, so it's in this world, no one does anything for you, but that's the most selfless act, and it's been done for you and I. All right, so if it doesn't resonate yet, right, eventually will start to make sense, and God has a way of revealing things to you. Okay, so tomorrow, take time to reflect. Anyone else babysitting? Any babysitters? Any babysitters in the chat? PMH is right there. That TP2 is a good one. TP2 PMH is a good. And today is the last day, guys. Last day to join the community at this price. All right, so it is a live trading mentorship training. The reason why I say mentorship and training is because you get to see the trades, you get to see the rationale that goes behind it. All right, so this is great for people who learn the apprentice style. Okay, so PMH is right there. So PMH and that TP2 are right there. So that can give you a nice little sign of exhaustion. Okay, all you need now is environmental conditions to align. All right, so think of these TPs as areas of exhaustion. Okay, so they can be used for multiple purposes. Puts and spies tomorrow right now. If you have an entry near that 649.35, and if your risk is these highs, okay, 650s, it's very possible. 650 PMH right there as well. All right. All you have to do is just define your risk, right? So you don't want to be taking things in random areas on the chart. If once the risk is defined, okay, then you can live with the results. Okay, we get ourselves in trouble when we don't define the risk beforehand. So IW went, everything went. IW, that went. Reason I opted not to take IW in this case, okay, it did go as well, is the range was a little tight and it already took place, and I was going to make that entry near that TP. Even if I made that entry there, still would have worked, but I like to keep my entry as close as possible as the trigger, as close as possible to the trigger. Okay, but in most cases, try to keep it as close as possible so you got that visual risk reward, and your trade lines up with it beautifully. We're coming back to that 647. I'm not losing sight of our game plan chart. Don't forget. Okay. Game plan chart. Okay. Keep in mind. Let me close this out. Something is taking up a lot of computing power on my end. I don't know what it is. CPU's at 8% utilization. Okay, so game plan chart. That still can come into play. But that breakdown, we're still in that rejection zone. We have not fully overcome it. Bigger picture thinking. If we overcome it, then it can turn to a balance zone. We can move along. So right now, continues to push. What platform does Shockwave work on? Again, TradingView. All right, TradingView is what it works on. It works on TradingView. Comes in, bounces off target. So right now, guys, bullish bias, confidence 88%, score 7 out of 8A. Market sync, context 4 out of 4. So this is as bullish as it gets. You can short it here, but as bullish as it gets, it's just a nice little healthy pullback. For us to really take the top off of these highs and continue to go, VIX needs to slice and dice through 26. So this takes the VIX into consideration, market context, by the way. Okay, it takes the VIX into consideration and the synchronized buying and synchronized selling. All right. Matter of fact, let's mark out BOGTOG. I didn't get a chance to do that earlier. Anyone else catch that, strikers? Anyone else? Okay, we're coming to that G50. G50s are very close to that TP3. G50 is very close to that TP3. Nice engulfer on the Qs and SPY. So far, this first hour of the day, bulls are in control. First hour of the day, bulls are in control. They still have about 23 minutes left. Okay, bears have 23 minutes left to make some kind of comeback. But right now, the bulls are up. Best way to join, link in the description, link pinned in the chat, guys. Link pinned in the chat. It's only $50 a month if you lock in from Q1. Q2 increase coming with the increase, of course. You have access to more things in the Discord. You have access to the alerts. You have access to an upgraded. I upgraded the news feed even more. You got AI alerts, everything you need. Everything you need. On top of that, the live trading. On top of that, pre-market game plan. On top of that, our community as well. Beautiful job, Lynn. Yeah, TP3 hit. All right. The reason why the percentage doesn't seem as large, even though it's hitting those TPs, is because that initial opening range was low or was smaller. The initial opening range was smaller. That's why. Okay. So far, bulls in control. For us to take the top off these highs, continue to accelerate. VIX has to break below 26. If we find a nice landing spot at this 26, guys, on the VIX, then we can start to maybe gravitate towards some of this G50. Gap within gap within gap. We have another BOG here, BOG from yesterday. So yesterday's bottom of the gap. So yesterday's BOG, the gap up that we did see, and today's G50. Okay, so if you're not proficient in trading gaps, and if you've been tuning in this entire month of March, all right, the blueprint has been laid out. Okay, because they've been gapping up, gapping down every single day. All right, so the blueprint has been laid out on how to approach these gaps. Okay, so sometimes that's the best way to learn. Best way to learn is just to see it happen so frequently that you have to adapt to it. We're above PMH on SPY. Qs are headed towards PMH. 579.15 is PMH. Okay. Yeah, the link to join is, in the meantime, guys, on YouTube, let's get the likes up. The goal today is to hit 200 likes. We have over 1,500 people tuning in. So 200 likes is not with outside of our reach. Okay, so just imagine if everyone that tuned in liked the videos. All right, we can get 1,000 likes, 1,000 plus likes. Thousand plus likes. EMAs, we're riding the EMAs across the board, synchronized buying. First one out the gate to lead the way was IW. Okay, IW. MPC. MPC's coming for that retest. More than likely, we're gonna if we continue to push higher, okay, MPC is gonna fall back within prior day's range. Keep in mind, guys, although we're pumping, crude is still above 110. Okay? Crude is still above 110. That's a big number. All right? That is a big number here, guys. That's a big, big number there. Okay? That is a big number. Anyone still holding? Out on put XOM, very, very smart, Elion, right? That takes market context, market awareness to take that trade. So very, very smart on taking XOM, right? Because we laid out the framework for us to take if we continue to sell off. Okay, the XOM MPC can come into play, and then now if we're doing the opposite becomes true. So understanding these relationships, guys, is I would say one of the most underrated things in trading. Understanding market context, how everything works, how every puzzle piece fits into the grand scheme of things, into the bigger picture. All right, that is something that's very underrated. Okay, very underrated. We did get a couple of AI alerts. Okay, let's put our flow back on. Okay, a lot of 0DTE call flow coming in. Look at that, call flow. A lot of call flow coming in here on the 0DTE flow. Call heavy, starting to fade slightly. And this is every 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes we can see the live flow coming in. So you can't see it on YouTube, but you can see it on Google Meets. MU still has a lot of call flow. That's the leader. MU, SNDK, AMD, INTC, MEL is MEL Mercado Libre, I believe. The Amazon of South America, MEL. Yeah, MELI. Yeah, that's Mercado Libre. MU, good night. SNDK. Good night. NVIDIA, the one that was ripping and roaring. Good night. All right, got the job done. Yeah, good question. What are the gas prices in everyone's states? Yeah, put the gas prices for regular. So gas prices in each state. Let me look up gas prices in my area. Gas price. We're sitting right at 398. We're sitting right at 398, just slightly below $4. Tesla. Let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla. Yep, Tesla's brewing. Tesla's brewing. If it wants to join the party a little late. Tesla already had the calls there. Scale out. It might refuel back the upside. Tesla. Okay, second signal came in on Tesla. 370. 370s on Tesla. As we can pull back slightly. Be on the lookout for that double top. So as you're making these entries, guys, it's very important that you always take market context into consideration. So if I'm going long here on Tesla, for example, let me pull up on a big screen. Okay. So I'm not just going to go long blindly. I'm going to go long understanding. Okay. You can see.
Net premiums for market calls just got negative for the day. That is a bearish sign.
Okay. So premium just went negative. Okay. They really need to do a better job improving that voice. All right. So in this case, you can see Tesla scale out.
Premiums for market calls just got negative for the day. That is a bearish sign.
I'm going to keep this thing quiet. Look at Tesla. Scale out on Tesla. Scale out on Tesla. Right, it breaks, scale out here, breaks, scale out there. You're going to hold the TP. You can scale out, then see if it goes to TP. That'll be the best approach, hybrid approach. Tesla win as well. Okay, so this works. So again, tomorrow's the webinar, guys. During the webinar, we'll talk about how to use it, how to properly use it. Okay, so I was thinking of opening up the webinar to everyone who's also interested, but really catering to the people that did purchase it. All right, so we'll see. But we're going to have more than one webinar. So this one will probably do the ones that did make the purchase. And then maybe the next couple of webinars, next couple of webinars, we'll host for everyone else as well. Okay, and the ones who did purchase if they want to reattend. All right. So Tesla, scale already took place. Okay, so Tesla already took place. Look at that wick on the Qs. Look at that wick on the Qs. Qs got back to the daily downside breaker. SPY comes into this key zone, has a nice little rejection off that key zone. Okay, so there's nothing that I love here. There's a few things that I like, but I'm not going to trade likes today. I want to trade something I love. Likes is for lottos. Okay, like is for lottos. Yeah, the voice can get a little better. It's 2026. Some of the AI voices available now are pretty clear. 0 DTE, still a lot of flow coming to those 0 DTEs. Webull TOS, not yet. Webull TOS, that's coming up. But when that update does come, guys, of course, you'll have access to it. If we're going to get above this key zone up here, we're going to have to break that 26 on the VIX. Okay. Who's done for the day? Who's done for the day? I have an order script for tiers that also provides potential targets. Momentum preset, which is nice. The purple box is the target. Sometimes the targets are very close. Shockwave targets. Is it the exact same? If you use the same calculation, you can probably get the exact same targets. Right? Because the targets and the risk, okay, is basically what we went over in the Shockwave series. So it's no secret. Right? But the thing is, what engine do you have? What engine does the code have to say buy, to say sell, to say TP, and to confirm market context? NY 395. Okay, still under $4. That voice sounds almost like C3PO from Star Wars 1977. SPX put $1 loss. Good management, guys. So those losses are going to come. So great job of managing those losses. Keep it clean. So this is a strong uptrend. Okay, until proved otherwise, there's a strong uptrend. Okay, everything continues to push. We're sitting above that PMH. If you're like that PMH retest could possibly be the most shallow level. If that PMH retest on SPY aligns with the 9 EMA, that can possibly present add a little more confidence to it, make it a little more appealing. Okay, it does. Okay, it does align. Treat today like a Friday, team. All right, if you're one and done, be done. If you're one and done, be done. If you are one and done, be done. ATR 134, IV. I was looking at the Tesla contracts there. A little late on the trigger there. IVs did it at 32, so normal conditions. Qs get above 579.15. Join the party. IW, guys. IW was the one. IW went beyond 3 targets. Okay. So look how they play with your emotions. Okay. Gap up tomorrow. Gap up yesterday. All right. We gap up yesterday. Chop. Initially dump. Chop. Pump. As it pumps, we get that dump and then a pump. Okay. Then we gap down. As soon as we gap down, we get a nice little drop and then just a V-shaped push. No looking back. It might be because of those unemployment numbers that did come in strong. Maybe the market is using that. All right. Just anything to rally. Okay, any excuse to push higher. This is the brick wall here. So if we're going to make any strides, if we're going to make some significant strides into the jaws of the gap from today, we need to create separation away from the zone to the upside. Okay, what's required for us to do that? Okay, everything on the 15. 15 is bullish. 15 is bullish. Hourly is bullish. We're above the hourly breakers. Okay. What needs to take place is just VIX stay below 26 and crude stay below 112.39, 112.40, and continue to go south for the next hour. So until 11 o'clock. All right, if you just joined us, we did take one trade here. Double-digit scale out. Last scale out 40+%. All right, so rewind to about maybe go back to 946 to get the rationale behind the setup, and then play from there. Okay, play from there. Okay. Bot calls at the breakout, slowly going slowly. Okay. So the slow grind type of activity is what we're seeing. Slow grind activity is some of the normalcy. Gone. I can use risk management 100%. And you did attend the shockwave. I remember, Lynn. So you have a great grasp of the concept behind it, and you're a tremendous risk manager. All right. So I remember the people that did attend during that time. 4 trades done for the day. Have a great long weekend. Beautiful job. Let me know how you did on the week. Bounce back this week. Let us know, guys. If you are hitting a rough spot, the best way to speed up is slow down. Best way to speed up is slow down. What do I mean by that? Right? Say you just can't seem to Find your way. Market conditions are tough. Beautiful job, green on the week. Beautiful job on bouncing back. And now just build that momentum. Okay, continue to build that momentum. Continue to stick to the plan. All right. So what I mean by slow down to speed up, size down, regain your confidence, do the right things on a small scale. Okay, and you'll start to trust yourself once again to do the right things on the big scale. No, Shockwave does not have a sound alert. You can put an alert on it, right? Maybe I'll put an alert on it on the next update, but it does not have a sound alert. You can manually add an alert to it. Okay, you can manually add an alert to it, but does not have anything on it. Okay, and if that one trade is the only trade I take today, guys, I'm happy with that, because my protocol is, if you've been watching for many months, if I'm red on a day, okay, I have a video dedicated to it on YouTube. If I'm red a particular day, my only objective the next day, okay, is to be green. That's it. If it's one trade, if it's two trades, all right, within my trading limit, okay? And if I'm green the next day, because you're always setting yourself up for the very next day. That's it. Okay, so very, very important you try to follow that framework, convert it into something that works for you. All right, the way you bounce back after red says everything. The way you bounce back after red says everything. Okay? You can design the voice on your own. Right? Who knows? Maybe I'm just an AI. All right? Maybe I'm not a person. Who knows? Bounce back, held 655 puts overnight, sold morning up 143. Beautiful job, Thomas. MU pulling back. Let's take a look at MU. MU fell back below VWAP, fell back below a PMH. Okay, MU fell back below PMH. MU VWAP test in that 351.23, 351.20s territory. If you're looking for that shockwave retest, 348.50. All right, so I mean, this thing, if you're long SPY from the time that the trigger came in, all right, what more do you want? Trigger, okay, TP1 hit, TP2 hit, TP3 hit, key zone hit. So unless you take those further data cons, all right, every one of these drop lowers. Every time it slows down, drops lower, goes back up, slows down, drops lower. It starts to eat the premium even though you're right. Okay, unless you're rolling into another position or laddering into a position. All TPs hit in this case. Okay, if you're taking the puts off this key zone, what is your risk? Invalidation. Gets back above the zone, starts to break out. Okay, so always have that invalidation. And when you get invalidated, or if you do get invalidated, question is, are you going to close? Because a lot of times traders get invalidated and they refuse to close. They refuse to close because maybe a past experience, they did that maneuver and it paid off. But again, long term, that's not the best thing to do. Looks like the Dow is at that 200 EMA, 50% retrace. IW is at the 200 EMA, 50% retrace in the week. VIX is hugging that 26. Crude is holding just at that 111. Right, the magic number on crude, guys, it was one level we're paying attention to this morning, pre-market prep stream, 110. Okay, if we slice under 110, VIX continues to create that separation away from 26, goes south. We have a good chance of breaking these highs up here. All right, pullback, 9 EMA pullback, PMH. That'll be the shallow pullback. If you're looking for something healthy, of course, back at that 50% retrace of the weekly. Okay, 50% retrace. The weekly will be the one. All right, we're about 1 minute away from first shift, guys. Let's get 100 likes. Make sure we have 100 likes. I will do the giveaway. Let's see how many likes we got so far. So we already had over 500 people stop by. So that's something that's very doable. Okay, we're at 70 likes. Okay, let me take a seat here. So shallow pullback is right here, guys. Okay, new hour. New hour means new hourly candle. Shift to shift framework. Okay, that'll be the new hourly candle here. First shift highs. Okay, so that is going to be the first shift high. That relationship we established with first shift high coincides with this key zone. That's going to be key. Do we get a sweep? Do we get a break, retest, bounce? If we're looking for a break, retest, bounce, what does crude need to be doing? It needs to be below 110 and continue to accelerate to the downside. And of course, the VIX needs to be below 26 and continue to pursue that 25.50. Okay? If those things are not satisfied, if we're in this territory, we got to treat it for what it is. Okay, we did see some overhead supply here. This is a rejection zone, so we got to treat it for what it is. So this can just be a feeder rejection, like it just rejects, comes into some sort of bounce area, and tries to make another attempt. Okay. So this interaction here will be critical. This interaction here will be critical. What is the drawdown setting on the indicator as you're using it now? What is the drawdown setting? It's about what it does. It's about 1R. So whatever the reward is about 1R, and that varies. The reason why it varies is because for us, since we're not trading the underlying as is options contracts, depending on which contracts you have. Right, so I would say if you have the entire 1 hour stop, the risk can be anywhere from 20 to 30%. Right, 20 to 30% on those zeros, and the reward is going to be double that because it's 2R. So it's going to be 40 to 60%. Right, but if you want to, this is just for reference, but if you want to use something within that, say for instance, when I'm treating as a scalp, what I like to do is, all right, if I'm going to keep it between a 10-15% stop, I like to draw my risk somewhere within this area, a discretionary risk, because I'm paying attention to it as a scalp, right? So I like to make that declaration beforehand, right? If it's a set and forget, meaning like I want to take this entire unit of risk and I want it to either hit TP or scale out, then I'll take that for what it is. So that means if I have 1 unit of risk, right, it does me no good taking profits at 6%, taking profits at 7-8%, because the amount of risk I took, right, is not in accordance to that TP. If it's just a scalp, very tight risk for very tight pop the upside, and see if there's a little more on top of it, sure, I can do that. And this kind of goes back to the trade that we took yesterday on the QQQ. If you guys recall the QQQ trade, the one that we got stopped out on, we'll continue to push here, right? Okay, here we go. VIX below 26. Look at that. Okay, VIX below 26. So yesterday, QQQ trade broke above a level, broke above our level. All right, flashed some green, about 11%, 10%. Right, but the risk, the defined risk, is 1R. Okay, if I was treating it as a scalp, you know me, rinse and repeat. I'm closing that out, taking majority off. But since my risk is a little more, right, I have to see if I can get that 1R or 2R out of it, if that makes sense. But if I enter it as a scalp, meaning, hey, you know what, I'm risking between 15%, okay, I'm looking for a quick pop, then I'll take a majority off at that 11. If that makes sense. So it just depends on what the approach is. Look at that push it to the upside, guys. So again, shockwave will put you in position. If something big is going to take place, hence shockwave, right, you're going to be in position. Okay, that's what most traders like. Most traders, their style is trend and momentum. Okay, look at the VIX. Look where crude is going. Okay. If you're still just hit live. Okay, depending on maybe you tune into the video and then you stepped away and then paused and you're coming back in. Just make sure it's live and you fast forward it. Okay, we're on the verge of filling that gap, guys. What an explosive push here. All right, I mean this thing is gone. I don't even want to look at those contracts. Okay, those 650s. All right, let's create some FOMO in the chat. Those fills were 126. All right, and they're deep in the money now. They're about $390. So 126 bucks turned into 390 bucks. Granted, if you held it the whole time. All right, so in a perfect world, that's what it would yield. Okay. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Look at this. This is going to fill that gap. We're back at that Q2 open. Look at this. Anyone riding this? All right, this is why it's very difficult to go against the trend. All right. Look at this. Look at this, guys. I mean, this is an egregious trap. Because now it gaps down, most people's bias is to go short. And they come and they pull this maneuver. We fill the gap. So kudos for the folks who took puts overnight and who locked in profit. Great job. Okay, great job. There has to be some news, guys. Let's check our news feed here. All right, let's see what we got on our news feed. But let's break some news. President has informed. Okay, hold on. Looks like we got it. Okay, President has informed on the airtime. Okay, U.S. National Gas Storage Act. Okay, U.S. Okay, President. Okay. Look at this, guys. Hopefully someone's in that. There has to be something. House Speaker Mike Johnson said, wow. Just like that. But look at crude, okay? Even if you miss this trade, I want you to understand the rationale. Okay, the blueprint is being laid out. I want you to understand the rationale. Pre-market prep attendance. Okay? Rationale is more important than the actual trade. This thing is about to go engulfing on the daily. We fill the gap from this morning. Look at this current hourly candle. Look at that, guys. Astronomical push. SPY's about to go engulfing on the daily. You see the kind of games they play, guys. Dow's about to go engulfing on the daily after gapping down. So be careful in this area. High stakes game. Do we have the president talking or what's going on? Okay, now just like that, VIX is bouncing. Okay, be careful. Trying to go long here. VIX is bouncing now. Crude is starting to wick. If crude gets back above 110, VIX is starting to go now. Okay. We're back to being positive on the month. Sentiment just flipped bearish. Okay. We're starting to see some the zero DTE flows going bearish here as well. Flip bullish, going bearish now. Very dangerous, 100%. So one of this kind of trade is basically you happen to be in and you see that push, right? Trying to chase it, very, very difficult. Up 68% on the day. Beautiful job, Hussein. Who else is done for the day, guys? IWM hit 4 targets. Beautiful job, Lynn. All right, they're playing a vicious game. They're trying to liquidate some accounts today. All right, so don't let that be you. 60% on the account today. Thank you. Awesome job, Elaine. Awesome job. Elion, sorry. Beautiful job, Elion. 16.2 on the account. All right. That's a year worth of return on SPY in one day. So now, for those of you who are closing out the day strong, closing out the week strong, okay, you're gonna build on that positive momentum going to next week. So what's your biggest threat? Your biggest threat in this case, okay, after being green, is to get back into some trades, give back the profit, and start trading once again and go red. All right, so this is the time for you to say, hey, you know what? I'm putting my foot down, drawing the line, firm line. If I'm done, I'm done. Okay, because you want to use this positive momentum going to in the new month. Okay, first full week of the month. All right, so tremendous job, guys. Tremendous. 7.3 on the day. Beautiful job, guys. 35% up today after rough yesterday. It's all about bouncing back. Apex. Tremendous job. %. Done for the day. 28%. Caught the gap up. Crazy 24 hours. Took profits. Good. Nice and green from initial trade. Should have done more contracts. It's all good. Don't let the FOMO entice you. You do what you can, right? Just think of it like this. It's very convenient for us to look back in hindsight and talk about what we should do. But in real time, you don't know where it's going to go. In real time, you never know where it's going to go. So this is the trick of the market. The trick of the market is to make you feel like you could have always done more. Okay? It wants to convince you that if you do more, you can get more. But that's not the truth. Because in real time, you don't know where this thing is going. All you know is you're defining your risk, you're allocating your risk, and you're doing your best to manage the position as it appreciates before it goes south. All right, so a lot of the FOMO, a lot of the chasing, right, okay, takes place when... Okay. So a lot of the chasing takes place for moves like this. You start to repress moves like this, all right, and try to relive a time like this.
We just got a bearish cross in market net low.
Okay, bearish cross. And net flow. So put flow. So this is not just 0 DT, this net flow. Okay, all the flow.
We just got a bearish cross in market net low.
So in reality, the 650s, those are so deep in the money, I can't even see them because on my options chain, I look at 10 contracts. Those 650s, they're $6.45.
We just got a bearish cross in market net low.
Okay, we got it. Understood. Understood. Check the breaking news feed here. Anthropic, okay, da 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 da. So everything's gonna be with headline chasing, Iran war. Okay, minute by minute. That's what it's gonna come down to. 650 is now at 700. Yep. Shockwave. Okay. When it's right, it's right. All you can do, guys. All you can do. Okay. So we have a draft of a plan to let ships through. Does that mean the market really spikes? Somehow says so. Maybe he's trying to price that in. Okay, if they are trying to let the ships through the Hormuz, right? Maybe this is an attempt at the market trying to price it in. So it goes from rumor to news, and then it starts to dump. Right. So it hasn't even become news yet. We saw this take place. The cool things we saw this take place. I believe this week, okay, in real time. Okay, rumor, market reacts, it turns into news. It starts pulling back, starts chopping around a little bit, and it continues. Okay. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. Let's see if we can crack today. If we can crack 4,400 subs, that'd be huge. Still more than 60% of you who are tuning in every single day, okay, are not subscribed. We get about 1,500 to 1,800 people tuning every single day in total, okay, and we have less than 10% of the people hitting the like button. All right, so don't be part of that. 90% not hitting the like button. Don't be part of that. 40% that 60% that's not subscribed yet. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to do that every single day. If you enjoy the stream, that tremendously helps. Okay, the currency on YouTube is likes and subs. Okay, and we're here trying to lead with education and empower as many traders as possible. Okay. Yeah, let's see if it turns into news. Let's see if it turns into news. It's going to take forever until it does so. SPY pulling back slightly, just shy of that daily upside breaker. Just shy of that daily upside breaker. Okay, it wants to get back into that daily that open, that quarterly open, monthly open is right there, 653.89. 653.89 is that level. Okay, let's see if we bounce off that. So I don't see any news yet on my end. Bitcoin price drops due to oil contracts, analysts. Okay, Here we go. 10K Bitcoin in the long term. I mean, you have analysts saying, do you guys remember in Q4 last year? Okay. Tom Lee saying Bitcoin by 200 to 250K by the end of the year. Okay, there's no repercussions. All right. They can say whatever they want. You can be wrong 1,000 times, be right once, and you get applauded. But on the other side of that, there are people who are taking action based on that information because they're using these people as sources. And if you're paying attention to the chart, last year there was no way, there was no path for Bitcoin to get to 250,000. Okay, we were discussing it in real time. There's no path. So it's just a blatant, basically almost a lie. Right? I don't want to say a complete lie, but what is the path for Bitcoin to get to 250,000 last year? All right, that's why you can't rely on the analyst. You have to just take the time to learn the technicals, take the time to learn market context, take the time to learn the fundamentals, and come to your own conclusions. Because if you bought Bitcoin at 100,000 thinking it's going to get to, or 120,000 thinking it's going to get to 250,000 by the end of the year, all right, you're underwater. And more than likely, if you're underwater, you're going to sell for a loss, and then it's going to take off. All right, so, okay, always use yourself as the primary source. Use yourself as a primary source.
And so our stratospheric balloons operate in the stratosphere. And what it gives us the ability to do is stay over an area for a very long period of time. So we're collecting mostly visual imagery. We can collect other RF data in a region. And then in our partnership with Palantir, our real focus is creating decision quality information at speed. And what we're participating in is a multi-domain ISR effort. In collecting the kind of data that we collect, we can participate in speed to decision. And the way that I like to think about it is, data without decision speed is history, right? That what we need to be participating in is collecting data that helps our warfighters make decisions fast.
Now, it's an important time to understand how this information.
Okay, we're at a standstill here. We have that daily upside breaker quickly approaching. If we zoom out, okay, just zoom out just for a second here. Let's go to our chart. Okay, we have yesterday's lows. Okay, yesterday's lows right here. We have the 50% retrace right there. We have the 200 MA, which we reclaimed. And we have that daily upside breaker up there. Okay, so if we go to this daily candle, you'll see what kind of daily candle we have. All right, if this daily candle if we take out this 658.52, this daily candle is going to be an engulfing candle. Okay, so we trapped the longs late day yesterday, trapped the shorts during the first hour, squeeze them to the upside. So technically, if this daily candle today, closes above the open, regardless of the anatomy of the candle, if we just take it from open to close standpoint, if it's just to see if it's green or red, all right, if buyers held price above that open, this would be our third consecutive day where we had a green candle. When we dissect the anatomy of the candle, okay, when we take it a step further and see how it played out throughout the day, where the selling pressure was, right, we can see there's a lot of buyers in this area. And then if you guys recall this morning, guys, what did we say? Someone put in the chat. Okay, I said there was one thing the bulls can rely on. One way for the bulls. To get to 200 EMA. One particular pattern. Iran drafting protocol for Oman for Hormuz Strait traffic. Okay. Okay. That was the inverse head and shoulder. Left shoulder. Okay. Right shoulder. Head. All right, so if we go to this chart here, so that the market was just trying to price that in. Okay, let's go to our chart here. Okay, this should be a left shoulder, right shoulder. All right, so that inverse head and shoulder that took place. That was the only path the bulls had. Okay. So now that's what they're using. So from a technical standpoint, we got a low, we got a higher low. Only issue is these highs up here, they're going to be highly contested. As long as we print a high higher than here, right, we knock out these highs, we can start to shift that structure. Because the primary objective for the bulls is to maneuver a path out of this channel. So you can see that right shoulder come into play today. Okay, so if you're using the inverse head and shoulder logic neckline as a descending neckline. All right, we're at that weekly POC. Expect a weekly upside move now. So for this inverse head and shoulder to come to come to fruition, all the bulls need to do is keep price above 650, and then hope for a gap up on Monday. And then we can finally get out of this channel. That's a bullish case. Because the bulls couldn't afford for us to make a new low. Okay? The only thing they can settle for is for that higher low. Okay? That higher low. And now that's in full effect. That's in full effect. All right, we do have some kind of flag forming here. Flag forming on the lower, on the one, a high, high, high. Let's take a listen here.
Back still below 100, although earlier in the week had its biggest two-day decline since January. By the way, to your point about rates, some of the 52-week lows today are names like Lennar and Home Depot putting in some fresh 52-week lows. When we come back, TD Bank's U.S. Vice Chair Jeff Solomon's with us, why he says a deal will be cut to leave the current Iranian regime in power and reopen the strait as Money Movers begins.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo...
Okay, that's just an attempt for the market to price everything in. So we have a good idea of what mechanism it does to do that. We've seen it play out in real time. We've seen it play out in real time. Okay, see if you get that nice continued push there. See if you get that nice continued push. Okay. $7 book profit SPX runner. Good, good, good. So today, just one trade today. And if that's it, we'll be fine with that. The objective is to get back to the green side. Any questions, strikers? Hit the like button after those huge moves. I took a run. I took the run out. Beautiful, beautiful. Number 81. Oh, for the likes. Okay. 100 likes will do the giveaway, guys. Keep in mind, today's the last day of the week. Last day of the week. Okay, last day of the week. Check the Google Meets chat. Happy Easter, John 3:16. Absolutely. How many contracts you typically trade? Depends, anywhere from 20 to 50 contracts. So if it's not as choppy like it is now, the past few months, more than 50. But I've been on the low end as far as March, just hanging out in that 20, 30 territory for contracts. So it just depends. If it's just expansion every day, nice and clean, favorable moves, there isn't a catalyst just hovering above our head, then you can start sizing up a little more and try to take advantage. But it's been now almost, has it been a month, guys? Has it been a month? Since the war or the invasion? Let's take a look. Meta. See if Mark has some money for us. So Meta, short into VWAP. If you got short off of that PMH, you're in good position. Might have a little room into VWAP. All right, looks like a good chunk of the move already took place. So if I were to take this, it would be a little bit, of a late entry on my end. It will be a little late. Between now and VWAP, that's about 569.71. About $2 runway. That's scalpable. If we start to dump here, that's scalpable. Right, and this just massive candle just throws a wrench into the equation. All right, very similar. This is why it's so important to track everything, guys. Let's just go back real quick. We track it every single day. So we're in the Discord. I do send that. Is this live? No, this is last night. Okay. Okay, here we go. So I'll show you the instance where we had the news. Here we go. Okay, here. The news here was, the rumor was the Iranian president open for negotiation. Okay, went from rumor. Okay, all the news headlines were just trying to contain themselves before they released it. We chopped around. Okay, this was the rumor. This was the rumor run. A rumor run hits the news feed, pumps. By the time it starts to the news channel start to digest it and and print those headlines, starts to pull back, chop around. By this time, most traders are exhausted and want nothing to do with it. They either made money or made a lot of money or lost a lot of money. They're too exhausted to hang around, and eventually it gets to break and it eventually goes. So this took place from 1, 2, 3, 3 hours and some change. Does what's going on right now have to take place for 3 hours and some change? No, it doesn't for the exact amount of time, but we can see something very similar to that. And it's very similar in structure and profile. Okay, look at this. Does this look very similar, team? Does this look very similar to what we saw earlier this week? And that was on Tuesday. Okay. Only difference is we had the news midday. All right. That's why it's so important to track the news, to track the charts every day. So we can't hang around this massive candles range. There's no real edge in here. Okay. There's no real edge. All right. Let's go with this. I have another saying. Okay. The edge is on the ledge. Meaning the edge is all the way up here. The edge is on the ledge. Up here, down here, and everything in between, stay clean. More than likely, you're going to be there. You're going to be tossed around with by the algos. Okay, the edge is on the ledge. Done for the day. Happy Easter. Happy Easter to you too, JCP. Oh, beautiful. You got off PMH trade wins. If you did, you got a comfortable spot. You had a comfortable spot. Yeah, if I had an entry on Meta above 675, 73.82, right? After scale out, maybe it has a little bit of room into the 9, a little bit of room into the VWAP. Right, but it can bounce at any moment here as it comes closer to the 9. So it'd be very hard to open up shorts at that current moment right there. Done for the day. Good, guys. So today's opportunity, very, very clean. Came in, we took advantage of it. We were there for it. IWM is present opportunity as well. So one thing is, guys, there's going to be opportunities everywhere. There's not going to be a shortage of opportunities. As a matter of fact, the opportunities are so abundant. There's too many opportunities. Okay, so you have to now get good at distinguishing the good opportunities versus the great opportunities. And that's what I was tasked with earlier. Okay, IWM is breaking a little farther than the entry that I like. SPY is on the verge of breaking. Market context is key. First to lead principle on IW. Everything started to trail. SPY has not broke yet. So I'm tasked with two things. Okay, either take IW. All right, and plus I didn't like the fact that it had a tighter range, so the targets were right there. Take IW, wait for SPY and take SPY as well, or ignore IW. Use that as a gauge of over a broad market push because it was a leader. Ignore IW and wait for SPY to break. Okay, or take IW and use the strength, and don't take SPY and use the strength from SPY as further confirmation. Okay, those are the scenarios. But this decision has to be made within split seconds. Okay, I can't sit down and write a whole thesis on which one to take and entertain these ideas and do a whole pro and con list and take my sweet time making the decision. Okay, scalping and day trading is all about, especially if you're scalping, it's all about making good decisions or making the right decisions. Okay, I would say good decisions, because even if you're wrong, that could be a good decision, right? In a short period of time, right? You don't have all the time in the world. All right. So again, this is to me, this both are. IWM was a good opportunity, but in my book, the SPY was a great opportunity. when it's all said and done, both of them turn out to be a great opportunity. Okay, so the way I was looking at it is SPY was going to give you more alpha than IW from where it was positioned. Right? But if you took both of them, there was alpha on both of them. So it's just now distinguishing between good and great. All right, and that itself is a skill set as well, because that can lead to analysis paralysis. Okay, I use the example of standing in front of a vending machine. Okay, picture yourself being like 12 years old. Picture yourself being 12 years old. You have $1.50, okay, and you're standing in front of a vending machine. All the candies you love are right there. All right. So now you're not picking based on which is good. You're picking based on which do you want at that particular moment, and which is going to satisfy you at that particular moment, more than any other candy. Okay. So we're constantly tasked with that decision. Okay. Decision. Just split seconds. SPY versus SPX. SPX is 10x SPY. Okay, they're going to move in the same direction. They have SPX as a 10 multiplier. Okay, Shockwave uses SPX as well. Okay, you can see SPX, boom, boom, continues to go. It's out of here. It's a 10x multiplier. So if the move is $1 on SPY, it's $10 on SPX. If the move is $10 on SPY, positive or negative, it's $100 on XPX. Yeah, exactly. SPX is SPY on steroids, right? SPX is SPY on everything you can think of, okay? HGH, peptides, steroids, you name it, everything. So more than likely, if you're not comfortable trading SPY, right, you shouldn't be touching SPX. SPX is more for large accounts. And IW is great for small accounts because IW gives you those clean moves. So don't sleep on IW. Don't sleep on IW. Again, guys, 100 likes to do the giveaway. Let's see if we get 150 likes by 11:30. That's the goal. Today we'll run the stream until 12:30. All right, one trade today. That's what the market presented. We'll take that. We will take that. Let's check back on Meta. Right, so Meta just right before that VWAP. So again, it just depends on where your entry is. It starts to get that bounce on that off that 90 MA as SPY starts to break out here. Let's go check back on NVIDIA. NVIDIA was ripping and running earlier. Okay, NVIDIA's out of here. NVIDIA's back above 175. NVIDIA hit 2 TPs. Yeah, so bulls are still in control. It's just price is very sticky. Right? We can't dispute the fact that structure is still bullish. Okay, but price is very sticky up here. And if you are making an argument to be bearish, we're at a point of exhaustion. Okay, the bulls are starting to get a little fatigued up there. But as far as the market bias, strong bull control. Everything synchronized to the upside. Okay. And we started to see some of the moves midday as well. So we started to see a couple of midday moves. We're starting to see some midday moves. So what do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Over the long weekend, do you think the situation is going to escalate? Okay. Put the following in the chat. 3 options. Is it going to escalate? Is it going to de-escalate? Okay. Or is it going to stay the same? Escalate, de-escalate, or stay the same. So this time Monday, so 3 days from now, all right, which scenario do you think will be trading in, right? Escalation, de-escalation, same kind of situation. And based off these 2 scenarios, okay, since this is the primary thing that's holding back the market or really impacting the market moves, okay, the best thing to do is based off each of these scenarios, if you're looking to make higher time frame trade ideas, bigger picture, build a bigger picture thesis, okay, you want to build your thesis around these scenarios. In this scenario, XYZ will be valid. In this scenario, XYZ will be valid. In this scenario, XYZ will be valid. And then now maybe give each of these a probability score. Okay, so if you ask me, it would probably stay the same. Okay, maybe stay the same. But again, we don't know. 3 days of market closure is a long time. Okay? Is a long, long time. It's going to escalate. Will escalate until Iran submits. Same. This is just the beginning. What do we think, strikers? Escalate. So it looks like a majority of people are thinking escalate. So that would be the best approach, right? So the best approach is lay out the 3 scenarios. This is for multi-day swing trade ideas. If you're not in that category, all right, if you're in day trade mode, I'm in day trade mode, right? It's good to know these scenarios in the back of our mind. But really and truly, we're really looking to take advantage of what's happening right in front of us. Okay, escalate. So we got 3 escalates. Wow. Okay, 3 escalates. I think we'll get worse before it gets better. Market decides not the other way around. The president will end the war today. Ah, I see. So you're going the inverse. So he has one eye on the market. That's also a thing as well. We did see that that tweet come in when we were down pretty bad past 2 Mondays, Fridays into the Mondays. If you guys saw that, that happened back-to-back weeks. All right, so the cool thing is we get to see it take place in real time. All right, we get to see it take place in real time. I'm doing my best to have everything documented so we can refer to this at some point in time. The reason why it's so important to do this, maybe you want to start your form of doing this. We've been doing this since 2024. Before that, I have many, many years of screenshots like this of every day of SPY. So when it comes to SPY, guys, okay, we know SPY like the back of our hand, to say the least. All right, so if we just zoom back to 2025, okay, let's just go back to 2025. Where are we? So a year ago, last year. All right, I would go as far as to say no one has this information. You can't find this information anywhere. You can try to look it up, get the numbers, but you're not going to be able to get the exact feel. Okay, this is as close as it gets to get the exact feel. So we're going to go back to April last year. This is every single day last year. Okay. Every single day last year, since we have some time. Let's have some fun here and dig through our crates. Okay. This is okay, August. Okay, we still gotta go. And this is better than seasonality. Seasonality, it's a hit or miss. But it might be good to go back and see where we were at that exact time last year. June, SPY still not doing much here. SPY pulling back. Looking to go to that EMA there. QQQ going back to that EMA. All right, so we track SPY diligently. Okay, so with the resources, you're in good. Okay, here we go. Who remembers this picture? Does anyone remember this? This was a moment in time. Okay, so April 2nd, Liberation Day. We were there. Boom, key notes here. Okay. Daily move, we gapped down, had a pretty significant push to the upside. We had Trump speaking at 4 p.m., ADP, non-farm payroll change. And then right after that, where was that wild day? On this day, 7% point range. On this day, 18-point range. So a couple days after Liberation Day, April 17th, we went. Dude, this is when things started to get wild. 15-point range. 25-point range. And then, of course, 49-point range this day. This was a wild, wild day. And you can compare this with the episode from last year. Okay, the April 9th episode in the archives, go watch that. And look at the heat map. This is basically as bright as it gets. NVIDIA was up 18% on the day. So we were there for it. Okay, so God willing, at some point in time next year, near future, we'll be looking back at this particular moment. Or you'll be going back and listening to this audio about the Iran situation. Okay, this day, we had a 40-point range to the upside. Okay, everything is up. And the next day, what do we do? Okay, we gap down and take a nosedive for 8 points. So NVIDIA gave back some of those gains, down 5%. Okay, some profit taking, a little bit of trappy activity. All right, so, and what were we saying here, guys? I always go back to this. All right, take a screenshot of this, refer to this, block out the noise, and pay attention to this. All right, max drawdown from peak, every single one in history. This includes from 1970 till 2022 present day. Okay. The average we've seen is 38%. A month later, we're up 4%. 6 months later, we're break even. 12 months later, we're up 10%. So see these things as opportunities. The only time that didn't take place, where 12 months later we weren't up, out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's check that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So eight drops of 20% or greater from peak. 8 times. The only time we didn't recover, okay, was 2 times. 2008 and 1973. So the odds are in your favor. Anytime we're down 20% plus, okay. Of course, each of these scenarios, team, there's a different catalyst. Each of these scenarios, there's something going on. So you have to do your due diligence. You have to get historical context, right? And research each of these dates. And of course, if you go before 1970, okay, if you go to the 30s, you know what took place there. Okay, now just imagine 1970 and 1973, 3 years apart, 9 years apart, 5 years apart, okay, 14 years apart, 7 years apart, okay, 12 years apart, 2 years apart. So these are the generational buying opportunities. The minus 25s, minus 30s on the S&P. They don't come very often, but by the time they do come, right, our mental psyche is so damaged. We're so, we just been beat up so much by the headlines that we're too afraid to pull the trigger. And then we wait, and you end up pulling the trigger 5% away from all-time highs. Okay, so this is where the money in the long term is made. It's not made every single day. You have to wait. Okay, so these opportunities don't come every day. They don't come every year. Okay, they come every 3 years, 5 years. But when they come, the number one thing you need to pay attention to is, are we down 20% or greater from all-time highs? That's it. Question 1. Question 2. Is if I have a 5-year hold horizon, if you're looking to invest in the stock market, you're going to have to buy at some point in time. Okay, you guys know the old saying, time in the market beats timing in the market. So you're going to have to buy at some point in time. If it happens to be down 25%, all right, again, not financial advice, but is worth losing. That's a risk worth taking. Okay, even with leaps, that's a risk. That's a trade worth losing on. Spy down 20%, and I take some leaps, and I lose those leaps. That's a worthy loss, because the upside, the odds are in your favor. Right? So don't let all this noise, okay, if this thing continues to get dragged on, continues to pull the markets lower, don't let all this noise discourage you and miss the bigger opportunity, especially if you have a long time horizon. If your time horizon is short, that's fine, okay? If your time horizon is just day trading, right, it doesn't matter where we are. All right, our opportunity is going to be there intraday. To be honest, really and truly, we'll take advantage of things day by day. But if you're thinking bigger picture, and you're thinking accumulation, I'm accumulating shares, right? Those are the times when the fear and greed is beat up. You want to see the fear. You want to see tremendous amounts of fear, tremendous amounts of uncertainty. All right? So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, because at some point in time will pass. Okay, now in this short span in the 20s, look at the opportunities. There are three major opportunities in the 20s. All right, now we're halfway past the 20s. So we're closer to 2030 than we are 2020. We're closer to 2030 than we are 2020. We're past the halfway mark. So from 2020 to 2025, there were three opportunities. And all three of those opportunities had different characteristics. But the market digested it all and continued to press forward. Okay? From 26 to 30, okay, we might be staring at one of the opportunities right now. That opportunity might come to fruition as we speak in the next coming months if things don't cool off. And if this does turn out to be that 20% minus 20% drawdown from peak opportunity, 26, more than likely there's one or two left until 2030. Right? We already saw three. We saw COVID, market recovered. We saw 2022, nice little bubble pop, we recovered. We saw 2025, flash crash. We recovered. Right? So again, do your due diligence and be ready. Be prepared. Okay, be prepared. Okay. Escalate, I think. Probably escalate, no plan. All right, so we continue to chop in that range, that initial rumor candles range. Any questions, guys, before I wrap up? Tomorrow, Shockwave 15. All right, make sure to take advantage of Shockwave 15. All right, it's a gift that keeps on giving. We'll give you this signal here. Okay, it takes the guesswork out of the trades if you trade the opening range. All right, tomorrow is the webinar. The second webinar that we do, we'll open that up to the public for the ones who are interested. Okay, getting some information about it. This one will leave to the ones who did purchase. Okay, if you can't attend tomorrow, guys, I will record it. I will send it out to you. I'll send it out to you, of course. If you do have any questions, so you can't attend tomorrow and you have some questions you want to ask, all right, just send me a question, send me a DM, and I'll make sure to get those questions answered. Okay, what exactly is Shockwave 15? Okay, it's our latest indicator. System-based trading, okay? You can find it on our site. All right. What you get, Shockwave 15 indicator, okay? The 9 test back the 9 series back testing course, user guide, okay? And of course the webinar. All right, we're gonna have the webinar tomorrow. This is the primary reasons why traders struggle. So the reason why I developed that is because here, addressing these pain points. Okay. Most traders have no structured opening game plan, leading to impulsive entries, entering trades too late after the move already happened, poor risk management, undefined stop loss, too many indicators creating noise instead of clarity, emotional trading caused by uncertainty and lack of rules. So what does Shockwave 15 do? It does everything to cancel this out. Right? It takes the guesswork out of your trading. It gives you a system. You choose the risk. It tells you where the TPs are. It filters out the high quality entries. Right? And I would say it's a top tier momentum indicator. And there's nothing like it. All right? So if you're a level based trader, day trader, scalper, even a full-time professional, working 9 to 5, this is the best thing to use. Okay, it's going to be definitely an investment you make in yourself, and you have access to it for lifetime. Lifetime access to the indicator. All right. For everyone else who want to join the community, okay, this is your way to join. Make sure to join. Use the code trial30. Monday, price increase will take into effect. If you're joining on Monday, right, it's still going to be an absolute steal. The amount of value you get is unmatched. If you're joining today, you're locked in and grandfathered into your plan. So there's going to be more things we continuously add to the Discord, guys. We're incrementally improving. We're incrementally adding more features. All right, is to give you as much resources and tools as possible. Okay, to over deliver time and time again. Over deliver is the standard. Through the streams, the resource. I'm looking to add a couple of more bots in our Discord right now. Right, I want to integrate some automated charts in there as well, so I'm still trying to figure out the back end, so that will take me some time. All right, but whatever, even if you have any suggestions, feel free to send me a DM, guys. All right. All the members, this is your community. Okay. This is your community. It's our community. All right. Whatever can help. Maybe it's a channel suggestion. Hey, you know what? It would be good if you open up a channel where we have some gamma information. Okay. I'll look to get it. I'll look to make it happen. All right. So the kind of community we're cultivating up until this point is awesome, guys. The growth is awesome. High quality traders. Everyone continuously helping one another. And by no means is trading easy. All right. But you can navigate it if you have a process, if you have a dedicated team, if you have access to those resources, you'll give yourself the best shot. All you need is a shot. All right. All you need is a shot. Yeah, the trial is trial 30. Trial 30. If I had to price the community fair market price, guys, okay, I'll make it $500, $500 to $700 a month. But that doesn't really, that takes away from the everyday people trying to join our community. Right? That's out of the reach for the average person. That's the reality. Right? So a person wants to learn how to trade, a person that wants to join, that's more than likely out of reach. Right? So you have to judge things by value, not price. Okay? Value versus price. It's like when you do a fundamental analysis. A stock can be $1 and be expensive. All right? A stock can be $1,000, be cheap. Why? Value versus price. True value versus perceived value. Okay, these are some of the areas we continue to chop around. I have a massive wick there. This is the rumor candle, of course. If we continue to chop in this territory, guys, this is market donation time. If you want to make donations to the market, by all means, unless you have a proven edge to trade this is donation hour. Okay, this is a donation hour. All right, the market is willing to take your donations, more than willing. Especially if you're green, don't give back your green that easily. You fought. You woke up early. You showed up to pre-market prep. Okay, so protect your profits. You put the work in. So protect your profits. Don't give it back that easily. The webinar. Let me verify the time real quick. I believe it's at 2 o'clock. The ones who did purchase, they have the details. Let me just check real quick on my end. And next week, guys, is a new month. Okay, a new month. You guys know the protocol. If you're new, over the weekend, take some time to review the things you did right, the things you can improve. Give yourself some credit. You showed up. You survived. All right, if you're hitting your stride, what are some things you're looking to tweak to continue to do that going into April? Okay. And put together some kind of game plan for April. All right, we're already at day 63, day 64. Okay, time is going. We still have a lot of time left, guys. 252 days left in the year. Okay, but 64 down. About 188 left. Okay? 188 days left. All right, so that's the good news. There's still time left. All right, we're not at the halfway mark yet. All right, let me check that webinar real quick with the time, and I'll give you the time. Chop, chop, chop. So the webinar is 2:30 p.m. Eastern. 2:30 Eastern. I'm in the Eastern time zone, guys. 2:30 Eastern. $2:30 Eastern. All right, that might be the first big move. Second one brewing, okay? But we need to get out of this range. Okay, escalate, I think, the market draw, okay, so tomorrow is for the ones who purchased. The second one, we'll do another webinar next week. Okay, I'll make that open up to the public. All right, I want to get the people who purchased situated, and then we'll do another one for people who are interested. Yeah, so I'm using Shockwave in support of what I'm already looking for. So it does the heavy lifting for me. Okay, so this is the Shockwave entry here. So 647.76 calls at 9:52. Let me take this off real quick so you see all the details. Okay, let me do advanced. Let me do full. Okay, so you see all the details, and let me do top right. All right, so this will give you all my traders who like the numbers. This is what you like. This is the full view of the dashboard. Okay, so you can see call trigger. Okay, 647.43. The trade. These are the targets. The active trade, there's no trade right now because the last trade we took the last signal already hit target. Okay, before that, the last trades were yesterday. Okay, so it shows you the last 3 trades that it gave you. All right, so this within itself, last scale out, I was able to squeeze 40 out of it, but this just left the station. This is a perfect world. You take it all the way. I mean, it's very hard to take it all the way there. All right, because that got help with the rumor. But say in a perfect world, this could be north of contracts from $120 to close to $600 here. But say if you take it to TP2, 80%, TP3, these would be the normal targets. Okay, so if there's going to be a move available, if there's going to be a big move, Shockwave will put you in line with that big move. All right, so very rarely would you miss the big move. Shockwave's kryptonite is messy action. All right, messy action from the standpoint where none of the indexes break out of their open range. Rumor of Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz rumor. Look at this, okay? This is give back money to the market hours. So dangerous, guys. So dangerous. Okay. So dangerous. And for 100 likes, we'll do the giveaway. Mimi, I do see your comment. I just didn't get a chance to send you the course. I'll get that to you by the end of the day. So apologies on the delay. But I did see your request. Done for the day, up 78%. Beautiful job, Cowboy. And for those of you supporting the channel on YouTube, guys, appreciate it. Okay. I do appreciate you supporting the channel. On that note, let me refill coffee real quick. We'll take this into the 12 o'clock hour. We'll do a giveaway 12:30, and we'll look to wrap it up. And if that means one trade for today, guys, that's going to be one trade. That's fine. Primary thing is bounce back. All right. So in some way, shape, or form, it would be in your best interest to implement a protocol very similar to that. After a red day, what do you do? Okay, you guys seen it time and time again. After red days, the next objective is to get green the very next day. All right, when you get punched in the face, what do you do? All right, you have to have some resilience. You can't panic. You can't get scared. You can't let your confidence waver. That's going to be put to the test. All right, but it's very hard to be confident if the reps are not in there, if you don't have the reps. So it's not totally a trader's fault if they take a big loss and they're afraid to pull the trigger. Because you don't have enough reps. You haven't seen enough times. So it does use that 15-minute opening range, yes. You can filter it to use your own entry model. Okay. So on top of the 8 things it takes into consideration, you can filter it some more. Say require VWAP bias, meaning you want it to be above, below VWAP, depending on which side of the trade you're taking. Require EMA alignment. Require ATR filter pass. So what that means is you want the ATR to be wider than a certain number. Okay. That's an advanced setting. require market sync. Okay, if you want all the indexes to be doing the same thing at the same time, you'd put that. If you have a prerequisite for an orb requirement range, you can put the range there. Okay. So you can filter those things out. If you want to filter the signal here, okay, you can say enable cooldown period. Cooldown period means after you get one signal, don't send you another signal for at least 10 minutes. Okay, but you can switch it. You can say 2 minutes. You can say 5 minutes. You customize it. Okay, you choose the cooldown, so you don't get overstimulated to take more trades. If you want a different entry on top of the 8 things it takes into consideration, you can choose. Okay, say you don't want the break and hold. You just want the break only. So you want the retest only. So you want the hold. Or say you want the break and retest. So you want the break, hold, and so you choose the entry confirmation. Okay, so it's completely customizable. All right, so that's what the webinar is going to be for. We're going to dive into each one of these pillars, and we'll set some filters up. All right, so it's not just, hey, you know what, this is the level. If it breaks above it, go long, go short. We already know that's not going to get the job done. Okay, it can't get the job done for some time. In the long run, you're going to be very close to where you started. Okay, so it's not just if we break that range, go long, break this range, go short. As it's coming into this territory, okay, it's taking market context into consideration. It's taking the rest of the market into consideration. And it's taking the price action itself, the trend, where we are in relation to those EMAs and the VWAP into consideration as well, before it tells you to do something. Okay, so it tries to, the whole point of it is to try to ensure or filter out as many traps as possible. So that was my goal. All right, to ensure that it filters out as many traps as possible. Some of the traps you cannot filter out. That's why you have a stop loss. Right? But if there's going to be a big move during the first 2 hours of the day, right, the option to entertain the opportunity is going to come to it's going to be on your radar. It's just a matter of, do you want to allocate risk at that particular time? It's going to come down to you. Okay? It's going to come down to you. And sneak preview, I'm looking to build indicator for all the setups I'm using. So in the near future, right? I mean, I love the discretionary part of trading. I love it. Right? I'm a discretionary trader. Right? I like making that decision. But a lot of those things that I'm already doing can be automated. So if I can put that into indicators to ensure people have the system down to guide them as almost like a friend, right? A bot, assistance, co-pilot, whatever you want to call it, right? Then I'll be more than interested in doing that. Yeah, first 2 hours most effective. You can stretch it out all the way during the entirety of the day. Right? I would say the most effective is the first 2 hours. But you can even stretch that. You can just say, hey, you know what? I just like that opening range level. I'll give you guys a sneak preview, okay, of what the next update is going to be. So I don't have a time for it yet. Okay, the next update is going to be, I'm still doing my due diligence, is of course we have the opening range. Okay. That's already there, Shockwave 15. Preview the next update. okay, is going to be the power hour range. Same system implemented for power hour range, based on the most effective opening range for the power hour. Okay, that'll be the next update. After that, okay, a little bit of a preview. After that, the update after that will be, okay, every market open. Okay, the most effective opening range for all markets. Sydney, Asia, London, New York. All right, so this is just the beginning. All right, so no timeline on that particular update. All right, but when it does get updated, you guys will have access to it. All right, there's so many things to conquer, so many things to do. And it makes trading boring, like it should be. Okay, so like it should be. I like the discretionary part. Like I love that part of trade. Some people don't like it, but I do like that part of it. I like the discretionary part, the having an idea, throwing the idea out there, see if it works, getting compensated if it works. If it doesn't work, getting out. All right, but the time that we're living in, right, the conditions that we're moving towards, right, that discretionary way of trading is very difficult to bottle that up and teach that. It's very difficult for me to teach you the discretionary way of trading. Right, it's hard to package. Right, because it just comes from years of experience and just getting the feel. It's like IQ. Okay, like trader IQ. No matter how much you train a particular sport, right, it's the only way you develop IQ is through game time. The only way you develop the skill of anticipation is through game time, is through game reps, just like in sports. Right, so it's hard to bottle the discretionary element and package it up and say, okay, trade like this. Right, but this systematic element, this way of trading that's more systematic, is not discretionary, is more objective. Right, that's packageable. That's packageable. And this is my attempt, okay, at packaging that system. So Shockwave Pro on TradingView, is it code you put in? I know the code is different for Thinkorswim, not at Thinkorswim yet. So again, guys, this is the first release. So think of first iPhone. All right, first iPhone. You couldn't open up Microsoft Word on the first iPhone. All right, there were certain things it wasn't compatible with.
Same system implemented for.
What's that? Someone say something? People will have to pay a lot for the TradingView plan. You can have the essential plan. I think the essential plan is you might be able to get away with the free plan. Essential plan is $20. All right, so you're gonna have some expense, guys, if you're really looking to make trading full time. Right, and you're looking to in the future make thousands of dollars a day, thousands of dollars a week, whatever your number is. Right, there's gonna be expenses associated with you doing that said thing. All right, the platforms you use, the tools you use. Okay, there's tax implications. There's so many things that go into it. It's just not just go trade, be completely unscathed, and don't pay a fee. right? So you need to have tools and resources. You need to cut. Your tools and resources need to cut. And Uncle Sam needs to cut as well. All right, so I believe we could probably work on the free tier, but you have to probably deal with the ads. I believe on the free tier TradingView, you can have one indicator, all right? So maybe check that. On the Essential, I believe the Essential is $15 a month on TradingView. And I do have a TradingView code. So if you want to try out TradingView, I do have a TradingView code if you want to use it, if you want to save $15. Okay? So you say $15, I say $15. I don't push the code too much. You can see, I don't think anyone has used the code before. You can see here. So refer a friend. So I haven't made any money from the codes. Right. So the code is there if you want to use it. You say $15. I say $15 on my plan. I don't know how that works because I'm on the annual plan, but I don't mind saving $15. Okay. So Thinkorswim in the future, TOS in the future, Webull in the future as well. It's just a matter of translating the code and make sure there's no bugs. So if you're looking to join, go here. Looking to join the community. Today's the last day. All right. Trial 30. 30. Here. Trial 30 is 15% off. Trial 30, 30-day trial, 15% off. Okay, trial 30 is the code. So we'll probably host, since the early bird is all week, is all month, I'll probably host an open webinar for everyone who is interested next week. But the one for this week, for tomorrow, is primarily focused on the ones who do make the purchase, because I want to get them set up for next week. Okay, for next week, have them set up, make sure they know how they're, what they're looking for, how to use it. Okay. And I believe one of the people who did purchase it has already, I think it was Firefly, has already made back ROI. So covered the cost already. All right, so more things to come, guys. More things to come. Okay, to join Discord. This is just the beginning. All right, this is just the beginning. TradingView, let's take a look at the TradingView plans. I probably have to go on a private browser because I'm already logged in. I don't want to log out. Okay, here we go. TradingView. So this is the TradingView plans. Okay, TradingView Essential, $14 a month. Plus $34 a month. This is what I have. I have premium. So it's like $70 a month, but if you go annual, it's $59 a month. Okay, so $15 a month. All right, so TradingView, I would say a tool worth paying for. Okay, that $15, the ROI in that $15 is unmatched. See how we interact with these lows. We have that TOG and that daily downside breaker there. So prior day lows. Chop, chop, chop. Who's done for the day, guys? Let's do the end of the stream poll. End of stream poll for the strikers. Let us know how you did. Hopefully you guys are able to capitalize on that opportunity. If you missed it, don't be too hard on yourself. That happened very quickly. Okay. So a lot of you were the ones who answered. A lot of you did find success yesterday as well, but I can only base it on the poll. So our poll results yesterday were sub 50%. So today I'm glad that we were able to bounce back with that one trade. All right. And that's the goal, guys. Every single week, your fight, every single day, you're just trying to set yourself up for the end of the week. Get as close as to green as possible. Yeah, so Easter sale, 40% off on TradingView. For some reason, I don't see it. But I already have a plan. Yeah, so TradingView I definitely would recommend. TradingView I'll definitely recommend. What time was this morning trade? Right here at 9:53. 9:53. Yeah, this thing just left. This thing left the station. I was just looking for 1R. Right? And you never know. Sometimes it just goes. Sometimes scale out of 1R is all you get. So best thing to do is take profits in either scenario. In my opinion, sometimes the runners want to run and turn to marathon runners. In this case, the runners turn to ultra marathon runners. Sometimes they just want to be sprinters, get to the target, and then just get exhausted. All right, so hopefully no one is getting chopped up in this territory, guys. Be very careful. All right. We saw this program being run, the same exact program being run. Yeah, on Tuesday. Okay. Yeah, Shockwave, yeah, you have to have a TradingView subscription. So when the update comes and I have the code available, working code available, without any bugs on Webull and on TOS, you'll have access to it. Yeah, for any kind of special, guys, when they do run specials, right, you have to pay up front. Promo pricing, you have to pay the yearly up front. Again, number one question you have to ask is all the time is ROI. Okay? ROI is the number one question. If you spend $15 on TradingView a month, okay, what is that allowing you to do? Maybe in the beginning it's a negative ROI because you're still finding your way. Right? But you have to give yourself the access to the best tools and resources. It's like LeBron, okay? I like to use sports examples because it's very easy for people to understand. All right, so LeBron, from the standpoint of longevity, he's 42 or 41 years old. Still averaging 20 points a game. All right. So that's almost equivalent to a 130-year-old human being still being functional in sports terminology. But why is he able to do that? Why is he able to do that? Because it said, I read a few years ago, he spends millions of dollars, okay, in treatment, in taking care of his machine, of his body. Millions. Okay, because he knows the $1 million he spends, I think it was like $3 million a year he spends, is chump change because every year he plays, he makes $40 million. All right, so the people who really understand the game, they're trying to say, how much can I spend to increase the output or to give myself an edge for that particular output? So it's no surprise. He didn't get to this point by accident. He didn't just accidentally play 20 plus years. Right? He didn't just, I'm just gonna wing it and I'll be the number one leading scorer in basketball history. Right? So this guy, this individual, okay, if we use him as a case study, he has been playing basketball nonstop from childhood through the teens. So he's been in the professional league since teens. So in the late teens, 20s, 30s, 40s. So his entire development as a human being was done in the league. Right? But what set him apart to remain in the league, to remain at the top? Okay, the preparation. Okay, and the investment in his own machine, his body. Proper rest. Having the best doctors, best nutritionists. Okay, so think of yourself from that lens as well, but for small scale. Right, small scale. Right, so if you need those tools, if you need TradingView, right? You don't need all the tools. Okay, you can get carried away in having 10, 15 tools, but the tools that directly translate to giving you an edge. Okay, that's the focus. Okay, maybe some divergence here back the upside. As his left felt to get I felt to get in at that time. I felt comfortable going long over 653, 1030-ish. Yeah, so even 1053, from that point on, this thing took off. No, it was just one time purchase, no subscription. The only thing subscription is our community, because that's a recurring basis. All right, we're live every single day. You have all the tools, resources every single day. So it's not just, hey, you know what, I'm going to be live once a week and leave you to the wolves. No, guys, we can navigate this day by day, every day, put the work in. And the fact that so many people are showing up every single morning, the pre-market prep numbers continue to go up, guys. That keeps my motivation high. Because I know there's people who want to learn. So the motivation is unlimited at this point. Okay? Because if the roles were reversed, I would be that person who's eager to learn as well. All right, I'll be doing whatever I can to learn. And it doesn't even have to be trading. It can be an interest. It can be whatever it is. A lot of times I take on fire in uncomfortable places. Yeah, that's what I notice, especially for discretionary. It fires in areas where your psychology starts kicking in. But the one level of comfort is the back testing, forward testing, and the risk is defined. Especially with the market context. If we go back to today's trade, there was one obstacle we had to get over. If you guys recall, okay, as this was brewing, I had my eyes fixated on the 647.85 level, the weekly 50% retrace. Because initially, this is our hurdle. If we can get above this, okay, we'll be good to go. If we come into this territory, we fail to hold this, right? I already have my stop in place. The risk has been defined. Okay, I get out. Look for something else. Right? Because I know there's a key level. There's a key level we emphasize in pre-market prep, 50% retrace of that weekly. All right, so at this particular juncture, there was a multitude of things we were looking at. Okay? There was a multitude of things we're looking at. So we need that synchronized buying across the board. So we don't want to see divergence or significant divergence. So we need the VIX to be doing something. We need crude to be doing something. We need all three of the two of the big three, including SPY, to be doing something as well. And that's exactly what took place here. Right? So we were saying this is the first hurdle. So if you took this initial break, right, you want to be very, very aware of that. And if you want to treat it as a scalp, okay, use it as a soft target. All right, since my risk in this case is this entire unit, right, all I need to see is if we can get above that level. If we can, then the scale was hit here, and then TP was hit there. If we fail, okay, if we fail, I can still give it a little bit of room. I still can give it some room to breathe. But what I'll be keeping a close eye on is context. If everything just completely invalidates, then I know I'm just holding on for dear life. And the closer we get to this territory, I'll probably just close out. But if we reject off of that and we start to hang out in this negative R territory, and the market context has not been invalidated yet, okay, I'll sit in. Okay, I'll sit in until you kick me out. So I'm not leaving until I get booted. If that makes sense. So you have to have that, on top of that, of course, okay, you have to have that spatial awareness. You have to have chart awareness. So that tremendously helps. Okay. And then that's all. And now we're just in this area, okay? All right. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Any questions, guys? Second day of April. Next week is the first week. We're starting to slide below this key level here, starting to push to the downside. Shockwave hour is officially up. So let's just go to our SAT key levels. These are our current hourly candle. So one trade today. Yes, the 10 EMA was right there as resistance as well. So again, if you're longing into resistance, right, you want to see signs of life, synchronized buying. You have to respect the fact that it's resistance. Right, I want to see buyers take over the resistance. So I'm looking for a possible flip of the resistance. And in the case resistance resists, and it doesn't get a flip and it doesn't get proven otherwise, then I'm wrong. Then I just move to the side. Okay. I just purchased my membership on March 29th. I would like to pay for the rest of it. You want to upgrade to the yearly, Joe Jackson? Is that what you're saying? So go from the monthly to the yearly. We can, if you send me a DM, I can maybe give you like a per rate of 2 days or figure something out. March 29, a couple of days ago. All right, so people purchasing Shockwave 15, guys, tomorrow, 2:30 p.m. All right, there's no stream tomorrow. No stream tomorrow. All right. Follow the instructions, guys. There's instructions in the WAP on because I have to. It's an invite-only script, so you have to follow the steps. The best steps are outlined. Okay, send me an email to the email that's there with your username, your TradingView username. All right, just chop, guys. Chop. To be honest, the closer it gets to 12:30, 1 o'clock, the more I start checking out mentally. All right, so if you feel the same thing, all right, then you know you're not in a position to take any trade. It's been a long, short week. Take the much needed rest. You're gonna start enjoying this, especially if you're scalping, if you're trading every day. You're going to start enjoying these 3-day weekends. Okay, in the beginning, you can't wait until the market is open. All right? You can't stand the weekends. You're just like the meme. We all know the meme. We've seen the meme. Okay, the guy just standing around waiting for the market to open. Right? The longer you do it, you start to embrace and enjoy time away because you need to recharge. You need to reset. Even when the market is closed, guys, you're not fully off. Okay? Your attention is still glued to the market, even if you're not fully trading. All right? At least 30% of your brain is occupied by the market. Okay? So you have to just remove yourself from it for at least 24 hours. Be a human again. Okay, give yourself the right to feel things and then lock back in. And then we have a lot of work to do next week. I have a lot of work to do this April, the rest of April. A lot of opportunities coming up. We'll put our best foot forward, navigate, manage risk, take high probability setups. Okay. And do what we do. Whether it gaps up on Monday, gaps down on. That's a tough question. That's who knows. Okay, who knows? Tomorrow's training for the ones who did purchase. Okay, the link to the webinar is in the WAP. Okay, link to the webinar is in the WAP itself. Okay, that's going to be a private. That's going to be for the ones who did purchase. We'll probably. I'm looking to do maybe 3 of these webinars, and then we can do a shorter one for people who are interested. Maybe just run that a couple of times. Right, but for the ones who did purchase, we definitely have to get them set up. Definitely have to get you set up. If you can't attend on tomorrow, I do know tomorrow is a holiday. Okay, so if you can't attend tomorrow, it will be recorded. Tomorrow we'll have another one next week. It's not going to be on the weekend. It's going to be midweek. Okay. All right, so we'll try to get 3 of these in, and if we need to do more, we'll do more. Okay, so to ensure that the people that do make the purchase are situated and got it set up the right way. For everyone else, guys, make sure to leave a review on WAP. For those of you who did join, okay, leave a review. We're growing on WAP, so again, let's try to get at least 20 reviews on there. And don't leave a review unless you've been here for at least a week. If you've been here past a week, I would say, you know what, you have enough of a understanding of what we do, and you can leave a review. Giveaway time. So let's do the giveaway. I believe we're at about 100 likes. Before we do that, let me just get a quick. I said I was going to get a refill of the coffee. Let's get a quick refill. Let's take a quick glance at our friends at CNBC. The reason why I use CNBC is because the music they play in between ads, there's no copyright on it. If I use anyone else, there's a copyright strike that I get. And if you guys recall, as we've been growing this channel, there was a time when we had a strike on the channel. So again, it was being repressed. So I'm trying to avoid any of that stuff. All right, so that's one of the reasons. Okay, so on the other side, if you're looking to trade, there isn't quality out there. Well, it would be tough here. If you're scalping, key level reactions, of course. NVIDIA coming to that 20, 175 view up test on NVIDIA, 175 plus view up test on NVIDIA. Psychological level plus view up on NVIDIA. That can lead to a nice little bounce if it comes to that territory. We'll set an alert there. And then once it comes to that area, we'll get alerted. All right, let me take a quick break, guys. I'll be right back. Actually, wait until the commercial break is up. I don't want to take a break on a commercial break. Okay. Okay, it's a long commercial break. So on the other side of coffee refill, we'll take names for the giveaway. We'll do a quick breakdown of everything going on, higher time frame. We'll lay out some scenarios, and then we'll look to wrap up. Okay? So giveaway on the other side. So you can start putting your names in, strikers. You can start putting your names in. Folks on YouTube, I'll capture those names when I come back. We'll do that giveaway at 12:45, and then once we finish the giveaway, we announce the winner. We'll do top-down analysis to wrap up the week. So during that time, if you have any chart requests, that's a great time to get those chart requests in, and then we'll look to wrap up, and you can sail into your long weekend. If you already started, okay, stay safe, guys, over the long weekend. Okay, so I'll be right back.
Could be one of the largest IPOs, if not the biggest ever. It's the structure, though, not just the sale, that has retail investors watching this especially closely. Deirdre Bosa is too, and joins us now with more. Hi there.
Hey, Scott. So here's the big number that you want to watch, 30%. That is how much of this IPO Musk reportedly wants to allocate for retail investors. The norm, it's 5 to 10%. This comes at a time when retail has a bigger and bigger force in this market, more than $300 billion into U.S. stocks last year, which is more than during the entire meme stock era. But GameStop, AMC, and others, that was bottom up. Retail organized itself for a shareholder base that was already public. What Musk may do here with SpaceX could be the first time we see it work the other way. An issuer engineering a retail base into the deal from the top down. Now, Musk wants his following in this stock for good reason, not just because they will buy, but because they will stay and plausibly vote the way that he wants. He saw this at Tesla, where retail owns about 30%. They backed his $56 billion pay package after a court struck it down, and then approved a new one worth up to $1 trillion. Now, Musk is trying to build this shareholder base from the jump, and if it works, Scott, it could become the playbook for OpenAI and Anthropic's expected listings, and the biggest IPOs of a generation. They would have been priced on retail faith and loyalty, and that is a really interesting proposition, not just for retail investors, but for institutional investors to watch too.
You make really good points, Dee. Thank you. Deirdre Bosa, what do you guys think about this? I mean, you can understand why. I mean, there's also a different quality about Musk compared to the leadership of either Open or Anthropic, just based on who Elon is.
Yeah,
and the kind of, gosh, almost Pied Piper-like status he can have with the retail cohort.
Yeah, I mean, I think more than anything, he just believes the retail owner is going to be a sticky-handed owner and stick with him. I'm thinking about
in both ownership and voting.
Yes.
Two key things.
Yeah, absolutely true. Thank you for bringing that point up. But, at the same time, I'm thinking about all those Twitter or X fights he's gotten into with institutional shareholders or analysts over the years when they cross him as he's perceived. Remember, not that long ago, I forget what it was. Dan Ives said something, and, Elon Musk says, "Shut up, Dan," something like that. I think Elon doesn't want to actually be engaged in those sort of Twitter fights. He wants to be engaged in discussions with sticky-handed retail investors who believe in him, who frankly love him, and you can see that from Tesla's valuation.
But that's what I'm saying with the voting on the $1 trillion pay package.
It'll be reflected.
That's the loyalty that I think we're potentially talking about. I actually
think there'll be multiple share classes, and I doubt any investor, whether they're institutional or retail, will have any say whatsoever. They're not going to make the same mistake with who they're giving access to decision making. And if you actually look at the Silicon Valley giant companies, they were way ahead of Elon in this. Alphabet did this, Facebook did this before it became Meta. They made sure that if you were investing in these companies, you were investing in what the ownership and leadership and visionary founder CEOs felt would be the right course. Nobody wants to replay the thing where Carl Icahn goes up against Mark Andreessen over the soul of eBay. But I think nobody in Techland wants to watch that happen again.
I think investors learn institutional investors learn their lesson with those. I think especially with Mark Zuckerberg going all in on the metaverse, and he could basically do whatever he wanted. Right. And that's part of the reason Elon needs the retail investor class, because they are more willing to vote their proxy over to him, basically, and allow him to kind of do whatever he wants to do.
If I were him, I would do the same thing. I think he doesn't want to be distracted with the establishment and ICI and all these committees. I think he wants to focus on the tech and not have disputes over board members.
All right, let's get the headlines now from Angelica Peebles. Hi there.
Hey, Scott. South Korea's president is warning citizens to, quote, save every drop of fuel as the war in Iran continues. The president noted that the current crisis is not a passing shower, but rather a massive storm whose duration is uncertain. He encouraged people to limit their energy use by taking public transportation and conserving electricity. Maine is on track to become the first state to pause construction on large data centers in the state. Legislation could be passed as early as this spring to freeze projects until November.
Okay. Back. Let's do the giveaway wheel. Okay, so start putting your names in the chat. We'll start off with the strikers. Okay, SPY continues to trade within the jaws that range that we did see initially. Broke above that trend line resistance briefly. Trading below that quarterly open. Monthly open, April open. And it's gradually moving lower. And now, let's see if we can sweep these lows possibly. Let's sweep these lows. Sweep these lows, can look appealing. Okay, so let's collect the names. We'll start off with everyone on Discord and Google Meets, and then we'll take it from there. So you can see the market net flow very tight. Okay, there's no real separation away from calls and puts, no real edge there. Okay, we'll start off with Google Meets and we'll go into the Discord. So first name is Riri. Bola. Smooth. Brian B. Nanitha. Okay, so anyone else on Google Meets, feel free to put your name. When the ones who are in Google Meets do win, you guys have access to the next boot camp. The scalping boot camp coming up is not out yet. You'll have access to that at no cost. Okay, folks on YouTube, you'll have access to the Getting Started Day Trading course. We're starting to speed up a little bit here. Price starting to speed up a little bit. Okay, Judith. Scooter, Freddie, welcome. So it looks like I got everyone. Judith, Freddie, okay, Monty, okay, Naneeth, okay. So I'll come back to see if anyone else does jump in. Okay, we got Nikhil, Trade Wins, okay, Bear, Jakar. Nikhil, Trade Wins, okay. Jakar. Okay. Jakar, I got Judith. I got, okay, Bear. I'm missing Bear and Nita. And Nita. Okay, so I got as far as Scooter on Google Meets. I got as far as Jakar on in our Discord chat. Now let's jump over to YouTube. So let's collect the names on YouTube. Let's listen in the meantime. Oh, it's a little loud. Okay, let's see.
The spotlight today is on QSR.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Restaurant Brands International. So on March 19th, I talked about this, but we hadn't gotten around to writing it up. We were talking about Casey's General Store, CASY. If you guys want to pull that up, over the last, let's say, month, stock's done very well. And I was saying that QSR has a similar situation in place where...
Okay, here we go. Starting to pick up some speed here. This hour, new hour here, guys, new shift.
And he did it in a very simple way. He focused on the product, he focused on the app and digital ordering, and he made the franchisees money. The same thing could happen here with QSR. You take a look at the stock right now, it is breaking out as we speak. 75 was overhead resistance. We have broken through. And I think what's interesting about QSR is how much potential there is.
No hold during the weekend. I haven't taken any swing trades. I don't think, maybe early this year, but I don't think March, no swing trades. I don't think I've taken anything overnight. I would say this month for sure not. For sure we didn't take anything overnight. So nothing, as long as war continues, right? But that doesn't mean you can't swing trade. There are people that are finding tremendous success. Right, but for me, there's nothing that I love.
CNBC Pro, we lay out all of the levels, but you are betting the jockey, and you're betting that Patrick Doyle, coming to this company, fresh off turning around Domino's, is the right chairman to oversee the CEO and make it happen.
Comments, questions, complaints?
It's a spot that I'm out of. I have learned to respect when Josh comes up with the technical reasons why a stock is going to go higher and then has the fundamentals behind it. I'm
Okay, the last name I got is Lee. So until 12:45, I'll be taking names. I got all the names on YouTube up until Lee. I got all the names in Discord up until... Okay, James got you. And James. And Google Meets, I got all the names up until Scooter. Okay. We got a lot of J's, a lot of names with J's in our chat. Jason got you. So I don't want to miss anyone, so I'll keep a close eye on all the chats. If I do miss your question or request, right, so just ask your question again, guys. There are 3. I'll find a way to consolidate. There are 3 chats that I'm looking at, but the one I'm looking at most frequently is the Discord chat. That's the one I have open up. Okay. Ken H. I did order an iPad, so what I'm looking to do is do sidecart on the iPad to open up one of the chats. All right. Yeah, I think you can do a sidecart. What I'm looking to do is I'm looking to build my travel. I already have a travel setup, but I want to do a travel setup with a Mac Mini. These Mac Minis, guys, these things are little monsters, right? They pack a punch, right? So I'm gonna order a Mac Mini and then hook up 3 monitors to it and build like a makeshift travel setup using the Mac Mini instead of a laptop. All right, so to replicate the exact setup I have at my desk. Milton, got you, Milton. They're definitely worth. You can get them. I think that's the best device you can get for $600. Their price might have went up a little bit now, but I would say that's the best. That's the furthest $600 can go as far as the device is concerned. All right. Okay, so on got Lily, got Suki. Anyone have kids? Anyone going to see the Mario movie? Anyone going to see the Mario movie if they have little ones? That's a big release. We're gonna go watch that this weekend. David Awad. I think I got Arnie already. Okay, got you, Arnie. So nice little breakout. Where does this lead us? Can this get us past that 654.73? That's the next target. So we'll see how we interact with those levels. Crude is trading low 111. Samantha Wright. Okay. Samantha. Oh. Do we have any first-time viewers? Let's see if a first-time viewer wins today. All right. So we're at the. I don't think Ninja Trader works. Huh. That's interesting. Ninja Trader doesn't work with Mac. Are you talking about their application, or maybe their application is better than their actual web app? So I actually use TradingView's browser rather than the application. First time for me. Welcome. On Friday, okay. Yeah, the first one was good. We went to go see the first one. You know, in these kid movies, guys, they put all sorts of different. If you know, you know, all sorts of hidden messaging. I don't appreciate. So it's very difficult to watch kids movies, right, without getting your child indoctrinated nowadays. But the first Mario movie did a good job, just being a regular movie. So we're gonna go watch this one as well. I think it comes out today or tomorrow. Okay. So trade wins MacBook. Trade Ninja Trader. My MacBook might be out of the question. Okay. Anyone else, guys? Anyone else? Before we spin the wheel, I got Ken H. as the last name. On Discord, got Milton as the last one on Discord or Google Meets. Last name I got is Samantha Wright on YouTube. Going once. Going twice. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Let us spin the wheel. Oh, wrong one. Okay, let us spin the wheel. All right, let's spin the wheel. So how many likes do we have? Let me just check. So I put up the YouTube analytics page accidentally. You can see we already had over 1,000 people, so we can easily get 500 likes. All right, but in a perfect world, we can get 1,000 likes. But in reality, I think we can get 150 at least for 2 spins. Okay, we're at 125. Okay. All right, let's spin the wheel. So the winner is winner. Winner is Chet J. Chet, congratulations, Chet. Congratulations, Chet J. Chet is the winner. We'll do one more. Okay, so Chet, Jay. Today's Friday, so we'll do Thursday, so we'll do one more. Okay, so we're gonna jump in. Let me see if there's any other names. Samantha Wright, Yen, and exclusive. This is your chance, guys. This is your chance. This is your chance. This is your chance. Exclusive, Yen. Okay. All right, another spin. Welcome, welcome. It's Rick to you. Welcome to the team. All right, let's spin it. Spin, spin, spin. Chet J is the first winner. So Chet J, I'll give you the instructions. That should be Brandon B. Part of my misprint. Brandon B. Brandon B. Brandon B. Brandon B. So did you call that out? Okay, that's Brad. I'm not sure if Brandon B and Brad are the same. But Brad, one of our YouTube members, said he's going to win today. And if that's you, all right, you might have to give us the next idea. You might have to call up the next trade. You got the lucky touch. So Chet J and Brandon B. Brandon B or Chet J, if you are in our Discord, let me know. Okay. Congrats. DM me in the WAP or free Discord. DM me in the WAP or the free Discord. Code word for today. Code word is Good Friday. Code word is Good Friday. All right, so please try to get that DM in as quick as you can. Now we're going to go over some charts, guys. We're going to go over some charts. Nothing much to see on here on SPY. We did get a nice reclaim of this, break of this resistance, continue to push. Maybe wants to push into 654.73. Price is moving at a snail's pace. Maybe we're waiting for some midday action. It's still relatively early in the day. It's still 1 o'clock, right? Close to 1 o'clock. All right, so we do tend to see those massive moves take place midday from time to time. Outside of that, the first major move did take place. If they tried to front run this move and it took place here, we were there for it. So again, a lot of our traders took advantage of that. First idea came there as well. That was a nice push for the calls. Outside of that, my primary objective today was just to be green. Okay, to be green. Yesterday did take 3 trades, stopped out. The day before, took 3 trades, 2 worked in our favor. The day before, all trades worked in our favor. Okay, so make sure to send me a DM. I'm going to put the link here for you to claim your prize, guys. Okay, so let's do some top-down analysis and then look to wrap it up. So I'm going to look to wrap it up here as well. So no more trades. That'll be the last trade. We'll end off on a high note. I know we want to take more trades, more, but the reality of the situation is there's nothing clean. So it would be irresponsible, okay, to call out a trade in a low probability environment. Okay, so the whole point is it's better to do nothing when there's nothing than try to make something out of nothing. Okay, that's oftentimes the best move. Okay, oftentimes that's the best move. I'm going to drop the link to the free tier Discord, guys. Send me that DM. Code word Good Friday. Claim your prize. For the ones I'm still behind on sending you the course, reach out to me. I did see your message, Mimi. I'll get that message to you, course to you. So again, I'll do my best to get it on time. Let me get that link, the free tier. Okay, so top-down analysis time. Top-down analysis time. Okay, so the top-down analysis, we're going to go look at it. Top-down analysis simply just means you're looking at a current stock, a particular ticker for multiple time frames. So you're going from the highest time frame, top, all the way down to the most significant lower time frame. Not the lowest per se, but the most significant lower time frame to give you some idea where we are. In this case, we're going to start off with the monthly, the weekly, the daily, and of course the hourly. You can even use a 4-hour, okay, whichever one it is. And we're also going to preview. We're also going to preview a little bit of. We're going to add the quarterly, okay, and the yearly. Actually, we'll just do this because that's a little bit. Okay, we're going to do the quarterly and the yearly. Okay, let me just drop that link for people who want. And then if you have any chart requests, there's a time to put your chart request. Okay, so we'll start off with SPY. Okay, we'll start off with SPY. Sorry, I was there for a promo code for Shockwave. Yes, there. If you're a striker, there's a promo code for Shockwave. Right. In the announcements, there's a promo code. Now, promo code for strikers, just 10%. Okay, so. Okay, so first things first, okay. We laid out the framework for that in pre-market prep. One way for the bulls to get out of here. That's it. Their last resort to get out of here. They can't afford for price to get back into these lows. That's 629, 28 territory. They can't afford for that. So what do? They maneuver this inverse head and shoulder out of here. So now this inverse head and shoulder, SAT right shoulder already provide an opportunity. But that still does not validate a head and shoulder. Okay, this is just the smart money entry. For us to really make something out of this head and shoulder, once that right shoulder has formed, this resistance needs to be proven otherwise. Okay, this resistance needs to be taken out. This resistance bulls need to establish control back above this resistance. Okay? The reason being, this resistance also coincides with that 200 EMA. So if we map out a path for the bulls, okay, they've been trading in this bearish channel. Okay, can you be bullish in a bearish channel off of support? Okay, coming to here. Now we're here. So for the head and shoulder to get validated, we need that break. Do you know why, guys? Because we got this low, we got the lower low, we got a high, we got a low, and this low is higher than this low. So the most important low at this particular point now becomes a focal point. This low becomes a focal point. As long as this low does not get taken out, right, there's just technical analysis. There's not taken into consideration catalysts and everything else. Just from a purely technical standpoint. As long as these lows are not taken out, we are primed to make a run into these highs. Equal highs possible, higher highs possible. Once that unfolds, okay, the attention now shifts to this next low. As long as that low is higher than this low, we got a higher low. And what do we have here now, guys? We have a case of bulls building some momentum. Can this momentum that they're trying to build to the upside get disrupted? Absolutely. What needs to be taken out? The most recent low. When that does take place, what doesn't need to get taken out? The most recent high. So if we're mapping out a bullish case for SPY to work its way out of here and maneuver back above this resistance, maneuver its way back above that 200 EMA, okay? One of the three things already took place, which is that right shoulder formation, right shoulder bounce. So if we turn this into a list of three things, one of the things took place. Line item number 2 is the equal high or the higher high. That's brewing. Okay, if that takes place, then we look for the third thing. So that's the bullish case. Okay, in this channel, that's our path to breaking this channel and making a run at above that 200 EMA. Bearish case, okay, is, you know what? We're going to spend some time here. All right, we're going to continue to treat this area as resistance. We might peek above it a little bit, get stalled at equal highs. Don't take this out. But as soon as that forms, that equal high and that resistance territory, even a relatively a high that's slightly higher than that is still a double top. The focal point becomes taking out these lows. You see how these lows become imperative? Okay? So what it comes down to is who can protect the 649.98, 645.51. So right now, we did get that rejection of resistance. We're still respecting the integrity of this downtrend, multi-month downtrend now from February. Okay, so you can see we're at a pivotal point. What can take us over the top? We know what can take us over the top. Okay, the three scenarios we laid out. All right, things get worse. Okay, things escalate, de-escalate, or stay the same. De-escalation can be the fuel we need to get us above here. More than likely, escalation is not going to be the fuel we need to get us above here. More than likely, escalation drives us back lower. What keeps us in this area is more than likely things relatively remain the same. All right. So now, if we pair the technicals with the catalyst, that's what it looks like. So we mapped out both scenarios for this channel. As far as if we zoom out a little bit, this is where we are in the daily. Okay. So as long as we close above that daily open, from open to close or open to where we are, this is our third bullish day. Despite the action, despite how we got there, this is our third consecutive green candle, and you can see that inverse head and shoulder. Okay. So we made another attempt at this 200 EMA. Okay, how many attempts have we made, and what have been the outcomes of those attempts? Attempt 1, rejection. Attempt 2, rejection. Attempt 3, rejection. Attempt 4, rejection. So bulls are trying. Okay, they're trying. It's not like they're not trying, they're trying. But they just don't have the fuel, okay, to get it above there. There isn't, this certainty is what we need. Okay, certainty. They don't have the certainty to get above there. So that's what's really keeping us below that. If we take a look at the monthly, okay, the monthly is up for grabs. We have a new monthly candle. Okay, what that simply means is this is March's candle. I was about to say February. We're already in April, which is mind blowing. Okay, I still haven't adjusted to April quite yet. All right, so again, what took place in February? Bears. March, bears. April, up for grabs. Okay, this is gonna be one heck of a fight. This is gonna be one heck of a fight. As of now, we're inside. So let's map out the path from the monthly perspective for what each participation group needs to do to position themselves for the next month. So far, there's no decision. Granted, it's the first 2 days of the month. No decision. Okay, no decision so far on who's taking control. For the bears to continue the sell-off, for us to continue that sell-off, guys, we need to get below that monthly downside breaker. Okay? The bears' desire is to get us back to the yearly lows. That's their ultimate goal. Okay? That's their goal. That's what they have in sight. The bulls, they have two things. They have two options. Option 1, okay, is hold. Meaning, don't take out these lows. Stay inside. Okay? Hold your ground. Go through the back and forth. Just wrestle with the bears, but hold your ground and stay within this range. That sets the stage for May. Okay, then now we can go 2 down, inside, break the upside. Best case scenario for the bulls is drive price from where it is now all the way into these highs up here. The highs of the month. Okay, the highs of the month. And that's about a 30 point push. Okay, so what can lead to about a 34 point push? So what can lead to a 35 what catalyst is out there that can lead to a 35 to 30% push? We all know what it is. Iran. So the bulls have two ways out of here. One is the conflict has some sort of resolution, some sort of deal gets made, okay, and we get super bullish off of that. Crude falls off a cliff, falls below 100, starts to get into the 80s, high 80s, low 90s. VIX back in the teens, high teens. Okay? That's opens up. And if that doesn't take place, more than likely, we stay in this range. Okay, so bulls, they're not going to be declared victorious yet, but all they need to do is hold their ground. Okay, just buy time. Because the last thing they want to see is price getting driven to these lows. Because now that'll be the third consecutive month of selling. Okay, and we have not seen that 1, 2. Okay, we did this illustration before, guys. We have not seen that since 2022. 3 consecutive months of selling. Okay, we have not seen that since 2022. So I talked about how last week, how what we're seeing today is a hybrid between 25 and 22. It's not exactly what 25 is doing. It's not exactly what 22 is doing. Okay? But it's a hybrid. That 23 is doing here. 23. It's a hybrid after we got out of that mess in 22. It's a hybrid. Okay? So that is the bull's objective. Hold your ground, withstand the blows, buy time, don't take out these lows. Okay? So inside, keep it inside. And prolong the decision for the next month. On the quarterly, okay? On the quarterly, guys, this candle takes 3 months to form. We have a engulfing candle on the quarter. Okay? So this quarterly candle, we know there's 3 monthly candles that go into this quarterly candle. Again, all the bears need to do is drive price below this quarterly low. Okay, now that puts the pressure on the bulls to either engulf this or go hammer. But that's all they need to do. They can't concern what takes place next. All they need to do is push it below that quarterly low. And guess what? That quarterly low simultaneously aligns with that monthly low. So it's a compound break level. The bulls, for us to flip this quarterly candle, it's going to be more difficult than the monthly candle. Why? Because now for us to go bullish on the quarter, okay, unless we stay inside, we need to make all-time highs. That's our only path out of here. So more than likely, right, this quarterly candle, again, the bull's job is for 3 months to keep this inside. If it can keep it inside, that'd be good. That monthly candle stays inside, that'd be good. And then try to get that reversal. If we break these lows, okay, bears will have that control. And now bulls have a chance to buy it off the dip, maybe go hammer, and then go back, push the upside. So the only way for us to reverse this entire quarter, okay, in 1 quarter, which is 3 months, is through an engulfing candle. Have we had that before? 2025. Okay, so outside of an engulfing candle, it's going to take us multiple quarters, okay, to make up for the selling. Outside of a bullish engulfing candle, we sweep these lows. It's going to take us multiple quarters to make up for the selling. Like we saw in 2025, we broke below those lows, sold off, buyers picked it up, push. Okay, but we have not seen a sell-off, so we're still inside there. So we've seen sell-offs on the quarterly. We've seen a engulfing candle on the quarterly. So the reason why I say hybrid between 2022 and 2025, because of this. Okay, you can see 2022, okay, we went 3 down and we went 2 quarters of selling. 2025, 3 down, bearish engulfing, we reversed. So this is a hybrid. Okay, hybrid of what's taking place there. Okay, so it's very important for us to pay attention to that on a higher time frame. As far as the weekly is more important to us because we can look at it week by week. The bulls did a good job on the week. Okay, we got to give them credit where credit is due. All right, they were able to reclaim that. They're able to bounce slightly before that 10% pullback. They're able to reclaim 20 MA. Okay, and they're within striking distance of a 5% pullback. Okay, so they did their job. So they bought it back up off that 20 MA. All right, so very important that we do pay attention to that going to next week. On the other hand, okay, let's take a look at some individual names. Or the Qs. Okay, QQQ, 10% pullback, nice little bounce. They're there. They want to buy it back up. So next week for us to push back lower, we need to get below these lows. If we break above these highs on the weekly, then we get a weekly reversal on the Qs and SPY. Okay, IBIT. Okay, 37 just getting crushed. IWM, 10% pullback. IWM, a nice bounce off that 20. Same area we talked about last week. Okay. SPY, we talked about that, and the Dow here. Dow went engulfing off the 10% pullback. Okay, so you can see 10% pullback, Dow gets bought back up. We take a look at the sectors real quick. SMH. Okay, SMH, despite the back and forth, despite the divergence with some names, okay, it's still holding that 9 EMA on the weekly. XLK, okay, starting to hold that 20 EMA, very similar to the Qs on the weekly. XLI Industrials, 9 EMA hold. Okay, as long as it stays above that 20, so you can reclaim that 9. XLY, 50 EMA test, trying to hold. If it can't hold, all right, there might be a second leg to this move in discretionaries. Okay, so discretionaries. What's next? Communications inside. So communications, all eyes on communications next week. Okay, I like that inside sector. So that sector might be the one to take a look at for breakouts next week. XLF financials inside. Next week, pay attention to it. XLB, you can see one inside and went 2 up. Strength in XLB. That's materials. Real estate. This is just a chop fest. Real estate can't just seem to get itself together past few years. XLV, healthcare, bouncing off that 50, I should say. XLU. So what I want to see in XLC and XLF is an inside, a break to the upside, or break to the downside for a breakout. Okay, you can see these are brewing for next week. So financials and communications, you're going to pay close attention to next week if we stay inside. XLP, staples. Okay, testing that 20. Last but not least, XLE, pulling back slightly. Probably testing that 9. Let's put that 9 EMA there. Okay, let's put that 9 there. Got that 20. Okay, that 9. Let's see that 9, how that 9 looks. Okay, so it's coming with that 9 closely. Okay, so next week, I'm keeping a close eye on communications and financials. Okay, as far as our individual names, we got AMD. Okay, I'll craft a list over the weekend. We'll dive into it a little more on Sunday. Just run through it real quick. Okay, Broadcom, that looks interesting with SMH off that 50. Google, okay. See if you can get the back about that 9. Nvidia does look interesting here. Although it's getting beat up, although it's not really moving, not going anywhere fast. Does look interesting there, Nvidia, with that SMH hold. Meta, thank you very much. We got it. So, XLC is inside. And we found a perfect ticker to pay attention to next week to align with XLC and Meta, because they're doing the exact same thing. So between those two things, let's see if we can get some sort of break to the downside or reversal back to the upside. Okay, because it did break down. If Meta's at exhaustion, and if it wants to use this, you can see this trend line support. Okay, this right here. If it wants to use this on the weekly as trend line support, okay, 21212, get above that weekly high, opportunity there. What does that translate to for us intraday? Okay, we want to see a break above the weekly upside breaker, along with XLC. So Meta, keeping a close eye on that next week. We just zoom a little lower time frames on Meta. Meta is sitting right at that 365, I believe, EMA. Let's take a look. We talked about those EMAs yesterday. So it's sitting at that 730 EMA. So 2-year EMA. All right, so Meta looks very interesting there. See if Meta got beat up enough and it's time for it to go up. If in that case, we need the entire sector to get lifted. MU looks interesting on that hammer on the weekly. JPM, complete mess. Apple, somewhat of a hammer right there as well. Hammer right off of that 50. Walmart. Okay, Walmart does look appealing, but it has 3 sell blocks it needs to get past. So unless the sector picks up, it's going to be tough to take anything there. Okay, those are just a small preview. If I had to pick one name looking to take into next week to pay attention to, would be Meta. Okay, Meta, XLC, and some of the financial names. All right. On that note, guys, if you have any questions, let me know. Any questions before I wrap it up? What may be stabilized markets on polymarket military action against? Yeah, let's take a look at polymarket. I haven't taken a look at that polymarket in a while. Let's see what the betting lines are saying. Final 4. Okay. Who you guys got? Michigan, Arizona, Illinois, Connecticut. Who's your team? Who's your team? Politics. Let's go to politics category. Okay. We'll go with the ceasefire. So ceasefire. Okay. So we talked about so ceasefire would be is that an escalation, de-escalation, and remain the same. Ceasefire would be de-escalation if we categorize into those 3 baskets. All right. So there's a 72% chance we had a ceasefire before the end of the year. Okay, 72% chance, 60% chance we get a ceasefire by June. Okay, that's May, June, so in basically 60 days. 46% chance by May, so basically a month and some change out. Okay. So by April 7th, next week, 2% chance. So the odds, the money lines are not in our favor as far as ceasefire is concerned. Late April, end of the month, maybe May, odds start to get a little better. But there might not be a ceasefire anytime soon unless that gets here. There's another one. Iran, Israel, U.S. conflict. June, 63%. End of the year, 86%. Okay, so again, here we go. April 15th. 7% chance. 1% chance April 7th. So we don't even get into double digits until the end of the month. So the money lines are saying that there's a good probability, okay, about a 70 to 75% chance that ceasefire or conflict ends or pauses or de-escalates by the end of the month. So what that translates to is we probably continue to see the same thing into the end of the month. Okay. We got Arizona, we got Yukon. I'll go with the Cinderella. Who has the lowest seed? Happy to join the team and waiting for YouTube for 2 weeks. Absolutely. Welcome to the team, Ricky. I'll respond to that. Again, guys, over the weekend, take some time and make the proper adjustments. Next week, there's going to be tons of opportunities. Okay, so align yourself with those opportunities. Get mentally right. Get some rest. All right. Spend at least 1 day away from the charts. Okay, you have 72 hours away from the charts. 72 hours away from the charts. Out of the 72 hours, okay, at least take 24 hours, guys. You're going to need it. Okay? At least take 24 hours to try to keep your mind off the charts. Okay? Don't worry. We'll have a lot of time to dedicate during the week. All right? You'll be thinking about the charts all week. So just try to get 1 day to recalibrate your brain, to reset your brain. It's a lot, these kind of conditions, guys. We're constantly seeing headlines coming in, rumors, news, this, that, this. So much things we're processing in real time. Okay, so it's very important that you rest your brain. Okay, rejuvenate, be strategic in April, make the proper adjustments, okay, and make the proper improvements as well, and look to take advantage of everything available, okay? Any questions on YouTube, guys? Any questions on YouTube? Any questions on YouTube? Any questions, any questions, any questions? Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to subscribe. For folks on YouTube, make sure to join. If you want to join the Discord, join today. Join before Monday. All right, there is no stream until Monday, so we're going to have a 3-day break. For my strikers, Sunday night. Okay, Stocks After Dark is back. For my Shockwave 15 traders, okay, tomorrow, webinar. Okay? So folks on YouTube, we'll see you guys on Monday. Hope you found value. Go back and watch some of the episodes. Okay, there's a lot of gems in each of these episodes. So hopefully you're picking up all those gems and making the proper improvements. We'll see you guys on Monday. Have a blessed weekend. Stay safe. And God bless each one of you.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the SpyStrip Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels, probability buy and sell zone, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. The Signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level. Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,000